We on the air.
Beautiful.
All right. Peace and Black Power, family. Welcome to another Side Another TV House of Continents production. Look like y'all been in here waiting. And we got Dr. Ma'at in the building going up against Pastor Bennett. You already know what it is, man. This is going to be one that y'all don't want to miss, man. We dealing with some history here. How many sugars? 2? We dealing with some powerful history here. And you already see the topic, Dr. Ma'at versus Pastor Bennett. Have African Americans progressed since slavery? Pastor is coming from the perspective that, yes, we have progress. And Dr. Ma'at is coming from the perspective of, no, we have not. But before we get it in, let's start this thing off right. All right. We're already setting the tone. We've been dealing with the coronavirus and Pastor is coming from the
Peace. So who won? Who made the better argument? That's what it comes down to. One second. His point was integration alone. All right. Yeah, I don't forget people arguments. People switching up their position now because their crew is arguing opposite. But I don't forget what you said before, and I know I timestamped everything because it'd be shocking. Like, wow, I didn't know you think like that, good or bad.
All right. We're already setting the tone. We've been dealing with the coronavirus and we've been dealing with that for a while. You know, one of our brothers that that's close to home with us had just made his transition as well.
Peace. Easy, be money.
And
Gary,
brother has moved on.
Sheffrin, Amber.
Beautiful brother. Whenever you need him, he's always there.
I hate to hear bad news.
To bring forth their point, we're going to have 3 rounds, maybe. It's real. This is real. Okay. Peace and shout out to George Macon. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce my guests here. We got Dr. Ma'at and we got Pastor Bennett. Like I said earlier, we're going to be dealing with have African Americans progressed since slavery? Some say yes, we have. Some say no, we didn't. I'm going to let these 2 brothers and sisters go in on that, and they will have 7 minutes apiece to bring forth their point. We're going to have 3 rounds, maybe 4 if they agree to go on again and go on. And I'm going to give you 2 minutes to open up to let the people know what is this about. And Pastor Bennett, I'm gonna let you go first, brother, to open up, to let the family know what is this all about. It's 2:22. Go ahead, brother.
All right, cool. What's up? Peace to Sinetta. Peace
Wait,
to
that ain't what I wanted.
peace
Hold
to
on.
Dr.
Damn it. I'm trying to get him when he introduced the argument and told the different sides where they stand. Peace, Solo, the pro cut king. Uh-oh.
All right.
You cutting hair or you cutting on the turntable?
Setting the tone. We've been dealing with the coronavirus, and we've been dealing with that for a while. You know, one of our brothers that that's close to home with us had just made his transition as well. A lot of y'all know him, and the brother has moved on. A beautiful brother. Whenever you need him, he's always there for you. In the community, he's always there for you, and he's definitely going to.
Yo, True said 3-0.
Be greatly missed. I had the pleasure of interviewing that brother twice.
Yeah.
And I speak of none other than Minister Hafiz Muhammad. A lot of y'all know who he is. He's
so there are some arguments that, you know, we all know, we all debated before. There are some topics we'll take, and there are some topics we won't take. Because if you argue a side, depending upon what it is, you know you're like going against the grain from the start. And some other topics, like you just lost before you even open up your mouth. I think this was that type of debate. I think because the topic was like so vague, like it didn't narrow down to one particular thing. It's like hard to win this one. It's like you lost before you even said anything.
From Mars number 7, one of Minister Farrakhan ministers.
Yeah. I'm going to give people an opportunity to come on a Zoom or even argue in a chat that we didn't progress since slavery. Like I'm definitely am interested in that. I have your books, by the way. I have all Dr. Claude books, even the latest one. I have Blueprint for Black Power. I have Michelle Alexander. So I'm going to be very. I have Harriet. What's her name? Harriet Washington. Medical Apartheid. So I got the Black Algae books. You dig? I read them because I was pushing this too at one point. So I'll be eager to hear somebody explain how we didn't progress.
From Mars number 7. So we send out our love to his family.
Yo, I'm him. You are funny, yo. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's sad, man. It's just really hitting close to home now. It's hitting close to home. And I definitely want to do a show on our brother to let the people see. Whenever you needed him, he was always there.
Hey, but Solo, they didn't specify what progress point they're going to build on. So you can't get mad at that, man. He took advantage of the subject. This is what debaters do. Like last night, Jabari, NAFA wanted Jabari's chart. Jabari said, nah, that's not how it works. You get your own chart. That's part of debating. We're not going to share.
Whenever you needed Minister Hafiz Muhammad, he was always there for you. So we send out our condolences to the family, man. It's just sad, man. This shit is crazy. It's real. This is real. Okay. Peace and shout out to George Macon.
All right. Okay. Here we go. I want to get right here. I didn't want to rewind too much because he didn't re-upload this. So you know how he does. You're gonna catch it at the ending of it. If you don't catch it right after it goes off. But I wanted this part right here.
Without any further ado, I would like to introduce my guest here. We got Dr. Ma'at and we got Pastor Bennett. Like I said earlier, we're going to be dealing with have African Americans progressed since slavery? Some say yes, we have. Some say no, we didn't. I'm going to let these two brothers and sisters go in on that, and they will have 7 minutes apiece to bring forth their point. We're going to have 3 rounds, maybe 4, if they agree to go on again and go on. And I'm going to give you 2 minutes to open up to let the people know what is this about.
All right. So y'all heard the topic, right? So if you didn't hear it, here it is.
without any further ado, I would like to introduce my guest here. We got Dr. Ma'at, and we got Pastor Bennett. Like I said earlier, we're going to be dealing with have African Americans progressed since slavery?
Now I already know a truth. I know you're saying yes. I watched your videos, you dig, and what we have done during slavery and after slavery. So
some say yes, we have. Some say no, we didn't. I'm going to let these two brothers and sisters go in on that, and they will have 7 minutes apiece.
All right. So with that, now that you guys got the argument, the debate, I could send the link on that one. I wanted you guys first to hear the debate, so you don't bring up a side debate, a round debate, a north, east, west. Stay with the title. Did we progress after slavery? Okay, this is a slam dunk win for even the most simplest person can win this one. All you gotta do is just say one thing. You dig? One fact. Tone G. Hey, Tone G. Apparently it's not a no-brainer. Apparently it's not a no-brainer. What do you think? Because you have some people in the chat. I guess it's like 50-50. 50 Dr. Ma'at, 50 Pastor Bennett. So that was not like a no-brainer. The chat was pretty much split. I was reading the comments trying to decide who won by the juror. And they had it as a locked trial. Deadlock trial. We got Uncle Truth in the building. Uncle Truth said he won. He said he won this one.
Shalom, my friend.
Shalom.
All right. Right. All that good shit. Yeah. Can I just say, I don't know why they did this. That was the dumbest debate to have ever.
Man, very bad.
It wasn't, people need to listen closely to what I say. It wasn't a matter of degree. It was a matter of yes or no. Right? And I think that's what you're trying to get clear, that people understand what the actual debate was. It was not a matter of degree. It was a matter of yes or no, right? So to say you have not progressed from sitting in somebody's fields, picking God knows what, having your family separated and raped and everything else is ridiculous.
Is that some black allergy or what, man?
So I'll be on, okay, now I can share it now. So Pastor Bennett called me last week or so about this. And I wasn't really sure. I thought he was playing. And I said to him, is it a matter of degree? Because that's a cool argument to have.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How much progress have we had? Yada, yada, yada. That's fun. Those you get into the nuances.
Right.
But he kept saying to me, no, she's saying that we have not progressed at all.
Yeah,
not a good move.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous argument to make. Right. Like I said, you have to be careful how you frame that. You have to be real specific what you're talking about, because as far as a community and how we are perceived in the world and the things that we're able to do, yeah, we progress. Now, if you want to talk about the family dynamic, our value systems, then I would say, yeah, we have regressed. But like I said, it depends on how you frame that.
Right. That's a matter of degree, which is a great conversation, is where arguments really had, especially amongst us, for how much we progressed and so forth and so on. But to say you haven't progressed from the fact that, okay, Amber's my sister and I'm talking to her today, but tonight she could be snatched up and moved 7 states away and I never see her again.
Right.
It's something totally different. And to be fair, I'll put it out there, and Dr. Ma'at and Pastor Bennett tell you, I have given tons of information to both sides just because I want to see a good fight. So, I just think that's key. Now, it's just weird to even have it framed in that manner, and then you pull out things like Claude Anderson. I'm not as crazy as I'm biased with
Appealing to authority.
thinking of all that black allergies. I don't go that far as he does, but there's some validity to where it's like you have to really get into what he's saying a lot of times. And I don't think that people do that. We look for the shiny things.
Right.
To say, see, we having progress. And I don't want to get too long with it because I ain't trying to harbor yourself, my battery was going to die. But here's the thing I have about integration. We did not have the infrastructure, and people need to really understand that, right? So you fight for things like integration, and I kept putting in the chat, what was the hospital we were supposed to go to? You see, where was the hospital at? So if something happened, we all supposed to go to that one black hospital that's located in Tuscaloosa or something like that, when now we're moving to the cities and we're living in Chicago, St. Louis, Boston, New York, and otherwise.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This was the thrust for those things until we could build the infrastructure. This is why we needed Garvey and Booker T's approach along with Du Bois' approach.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because I believe neither one of them was wrong. The reality is the truth lies somewhere in between. Yes, we need to have our own black institutions because we are a nation within a nation, but we can't that's just not going to happen just because we say so. That takes time, money, and resources to do those things. But in the interim, somebody still broke their leg. Somebody still needs to eat somewhere. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
So that was the push for integration. And we perverted it because it sounds cool and we get it from a black power side where people we really think that our forefathers and foremothers really just wanted to sit at the same lunch table with somebody. We have really, debased the argument and made it something really simplistic to think, all y'all want to do is go party with the white man. Well, did you understand when she mentioned about the Negro Leagues that it fell because of depression? That happened.
At the end of the day, all people do is criticize greater men. So you can't tell me about all they wanted to do. All they wanted to do was sit with the white man when all you're doing is talking about what they wanted to do and what they successfully did. So I don't want to hear that.
And then I have to point out that the Morgan State University, which she got her doctorate from, were funded by the Illuminati, or who people call the Illuminati. They were funded by Rockefellers and the Carnegies. Do you understand that? Yeah. Do you understand that on most HBCU campuses, you're going to find a Carnegie or a Rockefeller Hall of some kind? Those are the biggest donators to those institutions. We have to be careful, man. You know what I'm saying?
So
that's what.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if he was gonna play it because I actually didn't get a chance to see it. So what
I'm gonna play bits and pieces of it. Yep.
Yeah. So what was like the crux of the argument that we hadn't made any progress? Like, what was the evidence that was?
It was the classic one, which I think is a great one for Dr. Mayat, to pull out the fact that we have the same amount of businesses owned that we've had come out of slavery. That's always a great argument to have for that side. So I give that up. That's a tough one to dance around because you can't. But then you rely on some statistics from Claude Anderson and what have you, and you have to, there's a lot of context that you need to understand when you're dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the same thing where he positions it like we had this, he's totally anti-integration, right, which is cool. But then you push that dynamic, you don't understand what the actual fight, or you cloudy what the fight was for. You see, because here it is. There was the argument that Du Bois and Booker T were really having was accommodation versus agitation. And you guys probably can look it up, and it might be at this point even a Wikipedia page on it. But accommodation meant that, okay, we would not fight for voting or fight even for anti-lynching in many cases if the European then helped us to get our institutions built. That was Booker T's side. Believe it or not, the other side was agitation, but Du Bois was saying, no, we need to still agitate the system for changes. This is why they call it the Atlanta Compromise, because in essence, Booker T had compromised, say, okay, we will give up our fight and our struggle for these rights if you throw us $2. And this is why he had someone called Rosenwald, and you look up who was what? The owner of Sears, who was the funder for those schools that Booker T was building. Okay, I'll pull back on us really making a big deal of the fact that we can't vote in certain places and y'all are lynching us in certain places so we won't get this lynch law passed like they were trying to do.
Right.
If you give me this money so we can build stuff. Look it up, y'all. It's called accommodation versus agitation. That's one of the underlying arguments that was going on between the two sides. So I'm saying it's more dynamic than we put it, but that takes study. You know, we grab at the big shiny thing. Oh, you want to sit next to the white man? Come on, man. We didn't have the institution. There wasn't Negro towns everywhere. What was the black town in Chicago? It was Bronzeville. It was a section of a city. When we came in, you know what the primary jobs that we had during the Great Migration was, folks? Anybody take a guess? Janitor and maid. Janitor and maid. Our parents and grandparents, maids.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Our grandparents thought that they was gonna come over here because they tricked us thinking we have the opportunity to get involved in the Industrial Revolution and work in these factories. And when we got here, they flim-flammed us. And so we became their servants in another fashion, janitors and maids.
Mm-hmm.
We became glorified versions of Chloe, who was considered the mammy image that you see, and Rastus, who was the male version of that mammy image. That's why Rastus is on Cream of Wheat. You know the black man on Cream of Wheat?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's Rastus. That's his name. You know Aunt Jemima had a whole family? Did you know that? Look up Aunt Jemima family. She had a husband.
Wow.
and she got kids. Look it up. You know I don't play that on bias. Look up everything I'm telling you, bro. You see? So you know it's a nuanced argument there, and it's a great argument to have. But to say that we didn't make no progress since they snatched your grandmama from you, you never saw again, it's kind of ridiculous, yo.
It is, and I would even go as far as to say, even though we have the same amount of businesses, I would still say that's progress because the market has become more competitive, not less competitive. So even being able to maintain that, to me, is a form of progress. It's still not like there's no progress being made. We're still able to compete in a growing.
And what I didn't like, Amber, I know you probably heard it, because this is toward the end, is now we find out that, hey, most of these conscious Negroes really did believe what Kanye said, and that slavery now was a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Expose
like,
them.
wait a minute now.
All that fake Negro outrage.
Right, that was fake out. You really did believe that we chose to stay on those plantations and live that way. So, okay, let me use your argument then. One, don't complain about what the white man did to us because we did it to ourselves, apparently, according to your logic. Yep. And two, don't tell me about the incarcerated people that you keep pointing to from Claude Anderson's statistics. Why? Because them niggas are choosing to be in prison, aren't they?
Right, yep.
Or you're choosing to still be held down by the white man today. Like, you cannot argue.
Amber, let's play the numbers game. How many more prisoners in the prison than the guards?
Oh, yeah, man. It's like 10 to 9 to 1.
So aren't we choosing, if that's the case, to be in the prison?
Yep. I was thinking the same thing. I said, yo, why they just can't, take that thing over?
Right. They need to come out one day and say, no, we're not locking in and we getting the hell up out of here.
Right. That's a choice.
That's a choice for them to stay in prison.
Plate. Yep.
You see how crazy it sounds?
They convince you to make a license plate.
Right. and you choose to stay in there. Right. So it gets slippery and it leads to stuff like that when we lean too much to one way or another. When we lean and say, oh no, we're doing so much better. Or we lean the other way and say, okay, nothing is happening. This is why history is, you got to have a certain eye or a talent for it because you often realize, like, you know what? There's a gray area. And most people look at it as either black or white. And we do it all the time. No, I wasn't a Martin Luther King guy. I was a Malcolm X guy. I wasn't a Du Bois guy. I was a Marcus Garvey guy. And that's not how history is done. The truth is often, in many cases, right in the middle somewhere.
Yep, but people get caught up in the extremes.
Right, which is dangerous because then we say crazy stuff like we having progress.
And that's always been my biggest problem. Like, you have to be careful what you say, because you're gonna start to diminish the integrity of your argument. Even when you have a valid claim, you can't be all over the place. You have to be very methodical and critical in your thinking so that you don't run the risk of contradicting yourself. Because especially in this system, we're already disenfranchised. So you cannot have these wild, outlandish arguments and then expect them to, facilitate any type of change on your behalf. You just cannot. They look for those inconsistencies.
Hey, I'm biased. You're in Jersey, right?
Yeah.
Newark, New Jersey. Oh, what is voting and voting, blah, blah, blah. Newark, New Jersey has had a mayor for the past probably 14 years. From Sharp James to Cory Booker to now Ross Baraka. Ross Baraka's father has been involved in the Black Power movement. So that Baraka family has been involved in this movement for damn near a half a century of making progress within Newark, New Jersey and fighting for conditions. That's what voting did. What the hell are they talking about, bro?
Right.
Is Newark a perfect place? Hell no. But are we doing things to make progress within that? Do voting to get certain things? Hell yeah.
Yeah, all those businesses out there in North, Black owned.
Right. You got Black owned businesses. You got this boy doing a deal with Zuckerberg. I know here comes the Illuminati thing. Doing a deal with Zuckerberg. To get Facebook to put all that money in there. Right? Newark is a prime example. Atlanta is another example, is it not? Yeah. Don't you have a Black woman mayor in Atlanta right now?
Yeah.
You see the amount of Black businesses going in Atlanta? That's why everybody went there. That's damn near the last chocolate city we got left.
Yeah.
How much Black progress do you see with those young people with restaurants and entertainment and businesses and blah, blah, blah in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Those are Black politicians. Go ahead,
you said earlier, back when we was like around the slavery time, when we was emancipated, you said that we was a nation within a nation. And I would say that we were, yes, probably then, but not now, because then we had pretty much believed the same thing, ate the same thing, and experienced the same things. Now, like, if we couldn't do it then, I think it's over now. We are no longer a nation within a nation. We are divided, split up. That's over.
I don't know. I think due to varying reasons, we're divided and split up. You see, we had these things like there was Black towns, and what it really wasn't. There's something under that. It was called settlements. We had settlements in a lot of places, which wasn't quite the Black town or whatever. And these are the precursors to the ghettos, right? So in New York, you had what became the Fort Greene area was called the Lincoln Settlement. You had something called Weeksville, which became Bed-Stuy. You had Bronzeville. Those are not necessarily Black towns in Chicago. Those are Black settlements or communities where we had to coalesce because of, yes, redlining and all the other issues that came into play. Yes. So then you could coalesce your power sources. And what that allows you to do, that allows you to build institution in those areas. One being the Black church, the Black school, the Black businesses, and so forth and so on. So now with this ability to spread out more, you don't have that concentration of what? People of varying economic levels, which means that the money in many cases for the businesses and the organizations may have gone and moved on elsewhere, right? So you have a population that may end up being depressed, which is where the ghetto comes in. So now the ghetto doesn't look like Bronzeville, Chicago with all those great businesses. Now it looks like an episode of Good Times. Yeah. St. Mary, you see what I'm saying? The money, the Black money had the opportunity to leave to go to other suburban areas because of white flight, and they messed us up in the ghetto and all these other reasons that apparently we chose to stay in. So it's just more dynamic than that, is what I'm saying, man.
So now you mentioned white flight. Explain that to the listeners.
Okay, so white flight is basically during this great migration, which happens over a number of decades, we are moving into these urban centers. And what they are doing now in turn, because they don't want to live with us and they feel that we're depreciating property values and things like that, there was the creation of suburbs, right? And so you have something like Atlanta is an example. You have these metropolitan areas that may form, like Dunwoody and all these other places right outside of the area. This is where suburbs form, Long Island, and they move to those places, right? And they begin to say, okay, we'll move there, but now we don't want no niggas to come with us. Look up Levittown. You could probably show the people that. Levittown is an example because that's really how the suburb was built. And so white flight leaves, right? So the business owner leaves. The money that's in the community leaves. Compton is another example. The Goodyear factory now moves to the suburbs, right? Gary is another. Gary was set up as a business. Wait, here's another one for you. Gary's not only set up as a business town, the modern public school is based on Gary, Indiana's public schools. That's where the modern public school came from, because it was basically a company town. So anyway, these people leave and the companies now go with them to office parks, right? So Goodyear isn't located in Compton anymore. It moves out to whatever suburban areas that they go to, right? So they take the jobs with them.
They take their jobs, right?
Yeah, they take their jobs and the factory jobs because they have a roadmap, unbiased. Right. We think they all automatically go to white collar. No. One generation comes in and Grandpa O'Neilly or O'Malley is the blue collar worker, but he makes sure that his kids now go to get the white collar education, the accountant, the doctor, the lawyer, and all those things, right?
Right.
So then they move up the scale. That's how they go. We always cancel out the part that, okay, here's a great example. Let's use the Irish. The Irish are the best at it because they took the blue collar jobs. They took the shit jobs and gave them power. And what I mean by that, look at all your sanitation, fire departments, and policemen. They were dominated by Irish people. Mm-hmm. And then they made the municipal agencies say, you're going to give us the money and all the benefits that go with it. And then those blue collar jobs became the prize jobs, right? Because the WASP didn't let them in to the other jobs. But what the Irish did smartly was say, okay, we're going to take these blue collar jobs and I'll work and be the cop and the fireman and the sanitation man for my life. But my children ain't going to be picking up this garbage. They're going to now have to go be the accountant, the lawyer, and all those white collar jobs. See how that works? We didn't never have the opportunity necessarily. We got locked in, we're going to fight for these municipal jobs, and we stayed there. Now your uncle was a token booth clerk, and he got the pension, and we said, the hell with that. I'm going to go do what Uncle Jebediah did, and I'm going to go be a token booth clerk, right? Right. Instead of, I'm biased, you going to go work in the sanitation department, but goddamn it, you're going to make sure your son or daughter now goes to medical school. So we can move up from blue collar to white collar. We had no progression to move up the white collar. It wasn't just our fault. It was all obviously systematic things in place as well that prohibited that. But that's generally how that progress works. So then, like, to get to your point about white flight, that's what happened. They leave all of these. This is starting in the 60s, going to going to the 90s or whatever, right? And so they leave. Let me just end it with this. You guys are seeing something different that started with mine. Might be a little bit older, but it started with us. Now they're out in the suburbs and they've created all these communities. The children are like, wait a minute. We don't want to make the commute to the cities every goddamn day. Put these niggas up out of here. So now it is returned, and the children who are my age and you guys' age are doing what? Coming back to the cities, are they not?
Mm-hmm.
Are they not coming back to Chicago and New York and LA and Compton, all the same places they left 5 decades ago?
And even in Gary, because it's, on the water, it's extremely close to Chicago, and a lot of people commute from Chicago, to the mills because they're still in Gary. in East Chicago, they're now saying like, hey, wait a minute, we left, but fuck that, we want our shit back because property values are lower. You know, even people that work in Chicago, property values are lower, so we're gonna come back, snatch up this good cheap ass property, and I can still live in Chicago, have my downtown job, and catch the train.
And catch the train, go to the bar that's down here next to the PF Chains and all that, and move them up out of here. You got a perfect example, unbiased. You work around certain neighborhoods in Newark, like, wait a minute, white folks live over here now? I walk through Bed-Stuy, like, wait a minute. The area that I said I can't wait to get the hell up out of here, in many cases, I can't afford to go back to. That's how they got to think about that. You had New Jersey. I'm just using Newark because I'm biased. You could see it. You got New Jersey Drive era and all that stuff going on. Newark. We was like, I can't wait to get the hell up out of here. Now look, white folks is all through there, going to see the Devils play, and then walking home at 3 a.m. in the same places you were scared to walk to.
Let me say this. Yeah, you guys wouldn't believe like where they live at. Like they live right in the crux. Nice cars. Listen, they are right there.
The same places when you was a kid, like
Listen, I'm telling you, right over there in Fieldheiser in North, they are right there. With the crackheads, the bums, the killers, they right there with the nice cars. I mean, they just right in the middle.
You know what the crazy part is? Because they flim-flammed us. They left and had the urban flight and had the white flight, but they still own the properties. And we thought that we owned the properties all this time because it was a crackhead building. Then they didn't give up the building. They came right back and like, yo, y'all get the fuck out of here. You know that, right?
And even in some of the places in Gary where, you know, people actually did own it, they steadily increased the property tax, so it became unaffordable for people. So literally, they're snatching up 5 and 6 houses at a time on on the commissioner sale, cheap as hell. Like just for the back taxes, they snatching it up. You know, like it's ridiculous.
We didn't even think to like, yo, we need to pool out. Sheffrey is probably a real example, what you can say in real time. Like, yo, we need to pool our resources to get this part of Baltimore and do something with it. We didn't see the opportunity. Let's be fair. We didn't get access to all the loans now. Let's not say it's all our fault. It's their fault for not giving us the access to the loans to build these places up now. But now we're saying like, God damn, yo, we should have bought up this area where all the crack houses was. And I thought all of these super duper drug dealers actually own this, and these niggas ain't own none of this stuff. They was fronting the whole time. He didn't own the strip. He was just hustling on the strip. We thought he owned the strip to a degree. Now Pookie and them getting money. Yo, they got that building. They don't own their building.
Get knocked off and ain't got shit.
And so now they coming back. We ain't even got to fight. Like, no, we own it. They're like, oh no, you didn't read the contract. We still own this, and we jacking up your rent. So we gonna get you out of here one way or another. Thanks for coming, and you gonna take your ass down south somewhere, and out of sight, out of mind. Real spit. Look at Detroit. We don't have the money, unfortunately, in Gary and other places you are, unfortunately, to do it. But those will be places soon where we could just grab up everything and make our little communities and what have you. But once again, Amber, the jobs are gone. So even if we go to Gary, we can't go work in a car factory no more because they're not in Gary anymore. And they became automated.
Yep, the only jobs they have available in Gary is the steel mill, the casinos, and the hospitals. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back on it. All right, y'all. Thanks for having me. I'll jump back on it, Kev. Y'all still on.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna say like I want to ask Truth before he got off. Like when I hear these type of debates, and you know, and I got a lot of love for Dr. Maya, you know what I'm saying? I like the whole everything she be on most of the time. But I be feeling like it's such a disrespectful approach to even make that claim. To me, it's like you're spitting on the face of all the people that pioneered for you to be here, right where you are.
Well, that's what his name was on that.
You know what I'm saying? And I always
be able to have an
that was my bad, Joe.
And voice it.
Yeah. Like you comfortable, you know what I'm saying? And to look back at them and say like, I mean, look, y'all tried, but nice try, nigga. But y'all ain't did shit. You know what I'm saying?
Now I didn't hear the
He
argument,
said he
but I'm
wanted
more
to debate
inclined
on
to believe
Garfield
somebody background is cutting up.
on that on
I
Black
didn't hear it, but
Power.
I would be more inclined to believe that it's really more of a spit in the face to
No, not
our
unbiased truth or
and her
story.
generation. That pretty much they made progress, but we ain't did shit since they did it.
You said what? You said we ain't make progress?
I would be more inclined to believe, even without hearing her arguments, because I don't know what she
It's
said.
a good discussion.
I'm more inclined to believe that her argument is that we haven't built on what they established. You understand what I'm saying? Like we're stagnant from that point forward. I still don't think that that's a valid argument.
The debate
was
the debate because just the title was have African Americans progress since slavery. I don't know. Like somebody background going crazy.
That's Chef Ring.
Chef, hit that mute. Chef.
Yo, there's no way you can believe that a religion can't be socially progressive.
See, he arguing the same thing.
African Americans are a prime example of religion being progressive, yo.
Hey, Chef, hit mute.
Yo, that's crazy.
I'm biased. I'm biased. Can you mute, Chef?
I know the argument Chef having too. The same argument I be having all the time. Same argument.
We ain't even got to do all that.
Because
we talking about African Americans, right? So was the Quakers more progressive than the goddamn Senate and the Congress that was separated from church and state? Wasn't the Quakers more progressive in social reform and anti-slavery than the whole fucking Congress? That's the House of the House of Representatives and the motherfucking Senate.
Well, must have wear live afterwards.
Society was more progressive than them. A group of people who was
he argued on the phone.
Who separated church from state.
I'm biased.
How was a religious organization more progressive than them? Who was more? Hold on. Who was more progressive in the civil rights movement? You feel me? Was it Congress or was it the Black church? Like, yo, this is not what we talking about. You talking about nations, and we talking about our organization right here. Right here.
Yeah, I don't have these. I wonder if he argued on the phone. Or, yeah, he argued. He argued on the phone. Yeah, because I was like, I thought I had to argue a bunch of times, bro. He just stuck on that, trying to blame religion for everything.
He's trying to I think he was trying to set up a debate with and Truth. I'm not sure if that's how it started out.
Who?
Chef Ring, he had said it in the comment. He said, I'm trying to set it up right now. So maybe they kind of
true story, beat the brakes off.
This is what we know.
Yeah, he don't even need no preparation. Like, it's all in his head. He can go run that shit down the line. Like, he'll line them all up with that shit. Be like, look, man, they did this, boom, boom, boom. You can look here, boom. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll run down state to state to state to state on that shit. Like, that's his shit. That's what I said. I know he was going crazy in the chat. Listen to some of that. I know he's going crazy.
All the way turned up, okay? He all the way turned up. He got to calm down.
Yeah, because see, that's what I'm saying. Like, Dr. Mar's argument is, now, if you want to say, okay, we haven't progressed enough, you know what I'm saying? Then you can actually try to make a claim and say, you know what? You know, from here to here, we should have this many senators. We only have this. We should have this many black mayors. We only have, you know what I'm saying? Then you can make a cohesive argument. But to say black people but if the debate has African Americans progress since slavery, and you're like, none, you know what I'm saying? And you blame it on integration, it's like, I just don't think that's a solid argument.
Yeah, I would like to hear her argument and what evidence she presented, so I can get the full scope of what she's trying to say, because I don't see why any logical thinking person would really make that argument under certain conditions. you know. Now, if we're talking about value systems, you know, the Black family, you know, and as a whole, then I can give you a little bit there. I can see where you could make the argument. But if we're talking about economic, social advancement, I'm not going to really be able to say that we haven't made any progress.
Yeah, civil rights. You know,
Yeah,
you know what
you
I'm
have
saying? Forgot affirmative action, all these different things. It was like crazy to me.
Hello,
Yeah.
can I speak? Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Who this? Who this?
This Solo the Pro. I
For
jumped in the
sure.
Zoom.
Yeah, piece of the piece, bro.
Peace, bro. On the advancements, if you hear about towns like Tulsa, the Black Wall Street, it was something that we had that we can say that we haven't been able to rebuild since then. True Story and MBK do a great job of showing Black excellence in what we were able to do. I think he had a program on the town that a army or a colonel, lieutenant started in California and had certain provisions to start the town and move Black people out there. And they speak on the Black excellence and what they had as far as being able to be mobile, had banks, things like that. I think that things like that point to the regression that we went to when we were included or assumed an inclusion to a bigger market. That market swallowed us up, and we haven't been able to show the progression that we had when it was necessary for us to do on our own. We haven't got to towns that had Black airplanes, Black business, Black banks, like we had in the after Reconstruction. They had Black nationalist parties, specifically on Black issues, and I think right now we are caught in a system that swallows us up till we have no voice. That they dangle items like reparations that they know they're not going to give us in order to point us or motivate us to their vote. Either way, that doesn't put. We have no organization like we had previous to move the vote, which is why they included us or gave us the illusion of inclusion into their system. I think pointing to there are certain parts that we have regressed to. You know, you can point to Megan Thee Stallion, but you can say, in the context of Megan Thee Stallion, I can say that the evolution of the hunky business, where he used to come and just take it, to whereas he offered made jobs to women only on the basis that they were going to give it to him, to the point to whereas we progressed to stop, and Black men were able to start protecting the women enough to pull the hunkies off of them like that. But the women still had to have jobs. They still were pointed into other areas. Where in where I'm from in New Orleans, there's a big history on Storyville and the legalized prostitution that they put them into, to what you're doing now with the strip clubs and the internet. It's a system that puts them into you. You may think you have made a small victory in getting him to jump off of her at the house as his maid, but he moved her into a building where he can go jump into her when he wants to, you know, and pay his taxes to go, you know, pay his tithes to the doorman to go do it, to go watch her strip for him, to go. There's a system that means that Megan Thee Stallion is not making the money that the Jewish man is making the money off of her for showing her butt. And
if
could
if I may interrupt,
no problem. I ran it.
You
the
were
whole
gone.
stripper thing.
I was gone.
You saying how the white man was jumping on, you know, the Black woman, you know, and now
Continues
he
to
has her
today.
in the building, right? Stripping.
Right.
But
Yeah.
the majority of the strip clubs I've been to have Black owners and Black strippers. It's not a white man forcing anybody in there. It's
Right.
normally a Black man that's running this club. So
No
it goes
doubt.
back to the whole disintegration of values. Because before, a Black man wouldn't be caught dead with his, you know, Black woman being assaulted by anybody or being, you know, sexualized by anybody. But now it's promoted. So
are there levels to it? Was there a Josephine Baker type? Where Josephine Baker was just a higher pay. There was a lower end to it that on the black end of the street, but the black woman that made it to the white end of that type of business made more money. And always continue. There are black business owners that try to invest and make money the same way the white men are making it. But when the black girl goes to the white club and gets on the white side of town and gets in the white man's lap, it's always more money. And that's the truth.
But
that's
listen,
true, but
all
what
right,
I'm
listen.
saying is,
Even if you want to argue, there's some areas we regress, right? The debate was African Americans haven't progressed. Is that a correct statement to make?
I don't think we've progressed on a level as we. Matter of fact, we are on the lowest level.
You're saying enough. We haven't progressed enough.
No, it's not
Solo.
enough.
Hey, Solo.
You haven't progressed to a point that's acceptable. You progress to a point that's acceptable by a former slave. But if you were not a slave, if you were a prisoner of war, if you were taken as a farmer and put on the man's farm, you don't care what kind of clothes he gives you or where he allows you to sit on the bus. You used to have your own bus. You used to have your own land. So there's no progression there. But if you were a slave and you used to his scraps and now he's feeding you the high part of the hog, you clapping, you saying, oh, ain't we doing nice? Master done let me in the house. He done did something nice for me. But if you were not a slave, if you were a man previously that had a town called Tulsa with ships and banks, and you currently don't have airplanes and banks, you have regressed and you have not caught back to where we were in 1940. Nowhere in the United
so
States.
what happened to Tulsa? What happened to Tulsa?
That's my next question. How long did Tulsa last? How long did Tulsa last?
It's not what it lasted. I think the example is what was built and what we haven't got up to.
But here's the
you
flaw
could build
in your
it at one
argument,
time and you notice, however, it asks about how it was taken over. Facts. It was taken over. However, it was taken over, you have to solve that issue. But you haven't got to solve that issue before you start to be. We could talk about how it was taken over and how they needed security, but they got to a point we haven't got to in how many years now? We haven't figured out security in how many decades. That's our dumb ass. We got to a point where we have banks and we could protect the banks. The white banks get
slow
better.
Slow down, so we can deal with some of the points at one time, though.
My bad.
Go ahead.
I'm from New Orleans, man. I talk fast.
I think Unbiased want to say something.
Yeah, so Solo, it's the debate was really us versus us. It had nothing to do with us versus white folks at all. It's us versus us. So it's us in, let's say, the 1900s, 1910s to now, 2020. That black man and black woman 1910 versus the black man and black woman 2020. Have we progressed? That's the debate.
But it's what starting point you start off on. If I'm the black man that's the business owner, that's the banker in Tulsa, if I'm the black man that had his own farm that was snatched off his farm to go into slavery, then I'm not happy with the regression. The point you start off on is important for the context. If you start off as a slave in the field,
we're starting from 1910 though. We're starting from 1910.
We had a lot in 1910, bro.
A lot.
We had a lot.
A lot.
Okay.
We were building institutions. When is the last time? When was Tuskegee built? And when have we built something like that since?
Hey,
let Unbiased go. Go ahead.
Brother, most of the colleges that historians point out, the black
colleges.
What are
you talking about?
We're talking about the 1880s, the 1900s. Like mostly all the black colleges was built around that time, and those were white influence, white finance.
We finessed the Jewish man to give us money so we can have an institution for our people.
Yeah,
and we haven't been able to figure it out since.
Wait, hold on.
We haven't been able to do what they did in 1900.
I got you. Hold on a second. Then when you talk about Black Wall Street, I think over there in North Carolina, I think Durham, North Carolina, a lot of black successful people were in business with white folks in their insurance companies. So these guys wasn't necessarily separate from white people in their success.
Right.
Yeah. And how many black-owned banks do you think there are today?
Black-owned banks?
Yeah, black-owned banks, credit union, such.
I would know.
About 35 of them.
National.
There's black-owned banks, credit unions. The United States is about 35 of them. Like you see, you're looking at one Tulsa, Oklahoma, right?
Right.
But you're not looking at the entire smorgasbord. Just because it's not all concentrated in one area, like we got more than Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's just not all in one downtown location.
Yeah.
You got to look at everything that's spread out all over the country. You see what I'm saying?
Have you ever been to New Orleans?
If I may, just real quick, and even if you look at Tulsa, you have to consider the way it was destroyed. Like at the end of the day, you're acting like separation was independence entirely. If they were as independent, why couldn't they protect themselves? And even if they couldn't protect themselves in the moment, where was the response in that community from what happened? You understand what I'm saying? Like you cannot say that we're not doing this, we're not doing that. We're still under a system where, yes, we're going to still continue to build, but we do not have the power to fight a military government. I mean, a government military. We just don't have the power to do that.
That leads me to this. When you look at, let's say, Indians and Chinese and Hispanics, like they don't have this, oh, we got to come together nationally like Black folks. They really focus on just their community, because I have a lot of Indian clients and a lot they only speak to each other. They like, and one that lives over here and one is over there, like that's just it. Like they're divided just by township. They're pretty much more focused on their township. Like what can they build, or how can they get the laws to favor them in that township? But that township versus one over here, they're not connected at all.
Yeah. Same thing with the quote unquote Asian community. It's like, no, we're Koreans.
Right.
Fuck them other ones.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like that Chinese nigga, I ain't Chinese. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't rock like that.
They have an identity. I think one of the Black things we don't have an identity. We're all, I think I like the descendants of slaves. You know, we've been here enough that we are different from the Africans that come over, and we have a different story, different context. And if you want to say progression, I don't see progression if on a large scale you're trying to build a city and you see Black progression where these Black people are trying to do their own thing in different pockets of America and it's being torn down. And you haven't progressed to protect any area, again, where you have a Black pocket of your own, Black mall, Black mobility, Black, where you see other groups, Indians and Asians, and you're able to applaud them, how they're able to protect and maintain their own small pockets. We still have not been able to do that. So on a larger level, I don't see, on a human level, we are at the bottom of progression.
Level you're talking about.
Exactly. On that level, we on the bottom spectrum. Recognize on progression wise, we are above no other group. Nobody would choose to be in opposition.
Wait.
But
you're making a mistake again. You're comparing.
But I will say though, I will say Spanish or Mexicans, however you want to, Hispanic and Asians, they don't make a public cry of disenfranchising from the system and undertones of overthrowing the system. That's not their message. They just do what they got to do. And for the most part, if there was a planned takeover, it's in-house. They're not speaking about it publicly. They're not talking about this white man. They doing what they have to do behind the scenes to get shit established, to get that infrastructure in place, to get stuff done so that they can be in a position to protect themselves, their community, and maybe even expand beyond that.
But if you notice the security is the problem, that every time you try to come together to build your resources and pool them, and it's being torn down by a specific entity, if you don't point at that entity as your issue and try to separate yourself, that comes the blurry line. You can't say we making progress because we getting closer and the entity is taking its foot off our ass. You saying the progress is getting where I want to see myself on equal balance with the entity. I'm not taking slave steps and happy you're giving me better food, happy you're allowing me in the front of the bus. A man don't care what you give him. He cares that he can get an equal man stance, that he can.
That's
have
what I'm
his
saying.
home.
Like what? Yeah. Like every time we had a discussion, like people never really define what the bar is for progress, and so we can see if we got there or how low we are. It's just blanket statement, because like
Good point.
Go ahead. It's like nothing will never be enough. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like
we could be trillionaires.
Exactly. You was
gazillionaires a bit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because there's no bar. Like, cause
right.
you can say, well, yeah, we got 1,000 billionaires, but it's 55 million of us.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, because nobody ever sets the standard, so it's like I can't really argue against it. But,
yeah,
but
the bar is white folks, because that's what Dr. Myers was arguing from.
Yeah, and you can't, and then you can't say, well,
biggest problem. If they such a problem, why are we so
right
in a rush to be like that?
Right.
Like,
yeah. all of our success is comparative to theirs.
Yeah, and they got a big ass head start.
I don't compare my success.
Not you, brother.
But you know, we all can admit that they are able to do certain things that I'd like to poke my chest out. I'd love to have a president represent me, a Dick Gregory type president, like the white folks have in Trump. You know, but I know a Dick Gregory won't go make it. You know, we know we can't get to that type of equality. We know it's an unfairness and that Trump is able to say and do and grab whatever he want grab. And Obama got to talk a certain way and accept. We understand and we accept that. And I want to be on a level where I could talk my Dick Gregory like Trump could talk his. I want to shut him down in the same way.
But listen, okay, you want that, right? Now, I'm saying you want that, right? Now, do you think it's fair to think that we should have that now? Like 50 years after Martin Luther King. Like, you think we should be at that? See what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where do you think we should be?
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think we should have 10 black presidents by now?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, what is the bar?
Yeah. 3.
What's the bar? Yeah, what's the bar? Like, what am I looking at so I can say, you know what? Well, we did feel short right there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And what are your projections based on?
My projections based on what I see the white community doing for success.
See?
But they're how many years ahead of us?
He just did it. He just did it.
That's what I want to. But I'm saying, don't accept. When you accept your position as something that you're never able gonna attain. You know, a Tea Party position is attainable. White folks could break from white folks, have other thought, and still come together. You can manipulate your standards of society to a level that everyone else has. Nothing is below you. You have every right and opportunity to be Oprah if you take the right terms and accept some of the conditions. You could be a Clarence Thomas. You could come in there and know
what's the condition? What's the condition?
The condition is you got to be educated and speak their language that they understand, that you are fully integrated into their system. Clarence Thomas understands the system.
Solo, true historian said what Dick Gregory didn't tell you is he had a lot of white friends supporting him.
Of course. What's wrong with that? The spook behind the door. They manipulated Jewish and white. Nothing wrong with that. They attained success with it. They built institutions off of it. You hollering that we got to build it. Black has not built anything. You don't have the resources. Gain the networking. You have friends. You have allies. You have votes that want you on other aspects. What would the Republicans give us if we could move the vote over there?
So you saying we're puppets for the wrong white man? Is that your argument then?
Martin Luther King moved us from Republican to Democrat. It was a power move that gave us all kinds of civil rights changes. It was a power political move. If you believe that's the reason he was shot when he started talking political, he moved us from Republican to Democrat. If the same move is gone, if you have somebody else that could guarantee the Republicans the vote the Democrats are moving, what could you get? What same thing he got? You could move the needle. You have to plan for power to ask for something and build as a group. You need them to give you what you want. Give them the vote, and they give you power.
I'm not arguing with that.
My brother.
I'm not either. I'm just trying to figure out what is his argument if that's how he feels.
Yeah.
My argument is that we regress from that. That we were once on the plan of power to have our own, have our bank, have our society like you see other.
And this is what 1910.
Come over here and fly their flag in Texas.
No.
Proud.
Like what time?
Mexicans
what time
have
was
all
that?
kind of pockets.
Like what time? You see, like you saying we was on that path. You talk about early 19 Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's what you talking.
You could go to 1910 before that, 50 years before that, from Reconstruction. Soon after, as they gave us the plan, to do it that we could, we did it. We jumped on it. We was popping. It was all kind of ways that they kept taking us down.
Yeah, but it's not like we fumbled. It's not like they hand the ball off to us and we fumble. We didn't ever get the ball. Like that shit was broken up before we even got a chance to get the ball, bro.
It was broken up a few times. It was broken up a few times. You're not being lynched like them dudes was being lynched in the 1800s for power. They wasn't lynching anybody. You know, we had the pastors carried pistols back in the day because they had to. It was a different necessity and an understanding that we lost.
Yeah, because you're not gonna see hanging like that in the 1800s because those slaves are expensive. Lynching comes after slavery.
Lynching comes after slavery. Who are they lynching? They're not just lynching you because you black. They lynching the power players. They lynching the people with money. The past.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
You looking at my screen right now?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that he was a part of some minstrel show?
Who was, sir?
Your boy Dick.
Dick. So was what's oh my God, the first black 17, Mr. Robeson.
Yeah,
it was necessary at the time to get the money.
Hold on 1 second.
To get the bag.
Right,
but I'm saying, like, you accept him doing a minstrel show.
What black people doing now ain't what's necessary.
But fuck
Oprah.
Right.
Fuck
I'm saying when you show Martin the educated blacks 50 years from now, they're gonna say that's a minstrel show. When you show same as we look back at what was the black man that was dressing up as the woman. You gonna say yeah, but the dude made it into you don't knock once they make it into the door and they speak on black issues.
But I'm saying you respect Dick Gregory though.
Yeah.
Right.
But you look at you said Oprah them they shucking and jiving.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say Oprah was shucking.
You said they gotta speak that language in order to get into Clarence Thomas.
Yeah.
That's necessary. What you need is the spook. You need the spook by the door. You hoping we can't be mad at Jay-Z if he's making moves. You need
I'm trying to figure out if that's how you feel, then what is the argument then about
the argument is that we've reached some type of progression. That we have a Jay-Z, we have an Oprah. That's not progression. We had that back then. We had True Stories telling you about the millionaires that was funding MLK. We've been had that. That ain't progression.
So not enough black people have quote unquote sold out or been.
It's not selling out if you know where his train of thought is. If I know Jay-Z is a drug dealer from the block, I don't care how high he gets up there. I know where he come from. I know he know black people. I don't care if Oprah come from Mississippi. I know she's seen the struggle. You know what I'm saying? I have to trust them. I have to bless them. I'm not gonna talk down on them.
Slow down.
So if a black dude is selling crack to black people and he made it to the top, I don't think he's in our best interest.
Why not?
My man made a career poisoning us.
That was the way he could make money to come up.
Yeah, I'm saying, but then he came up, right? But that's all he known.
Bumpy Johnson.
Wait, Johnson. Wait, Jay-Z. If you saw look, Jay-Z, you mentioned him. Right. He is who he is because he sold poison to black folks like his whole adult life. So then he make it to the top. So he makes it to the top. How can he be relatable to us when all he did was sell us poison? So it's natural to sell us poison now.
Now here's my thing with that.
What's the context?
Here's my thing with that. I don't necessarily blame Jay-Z for that because again, you have to understand the nuances. People talk about the drug dealer, but realize that there's not many options for people in the hood to make money. But what I will say I have a problem with is now that you've made it, if one of your passions or charitable contributions to your community is not a drug rehabilitation program, is not trying to put jobs in the community where you sold poison, then I have to give you the side eye because you didn't have much choice. So the only way to me you can kind of offset that is by trying to provide people in your community with other employment options because you knew what your struggle was with drug rehabilitation programs.
Yeah, good point, PG. Wait, back to my point, Amber. I'm saying if you can trick your mind to believe that selling cash at one point you had to know that's wrong. If you can justify and trick your mind selling poison and you see black folks falling off, if you can trick your mind to believe that that's okay, and then you rise to the top, and then my man pointed out in the chat room, then you rapped about selling drugs. So at what point were you remorseful or had some pity? so I don't expect him to turn around and all of a sudden do something. I expect him to do what he's doing now.
I
Whatever
think
he's
on his
doing.
4-4 album, he showed remorse for that. But you have to understand.
Wait, Amber. That's because everything went to black. Everything went to black. So he's good at just adjusting. That's why he survived this long in the rap game. Like he's a good adjuster.
Maybe, but I think even now, a lot of people that's talking about drugs is poison in our community now is because of the new wave of consciousness. 10, 15 years ago, niggas wasn't talking about this shit and saying that it was anything wrong with it.
If I'm biased sports, sir, if you were able to rap and make a song about selling drugs, and it provided you the funds that you needed to be upwardly mobile and extend that mobility to your family, friends, and other people in your neighborhood, I think you're a success, brother. I'm not gonna do nothing but speak on it. I'm not even gonna question you to a high degree.
It's solo, but I had those rap dreams growing up, but guess what? All my raps are positive though.
It's not just rap. I have the upwardly mobile people in my family were not all legal. I had uncles that, you know, cut hair and had gambling games in the back room.
Now we're talking about poisoning your people. We're setting them back. The same
well,
people.
He's taking their money.
20 years ago, unbiased. 20
Yeah.
years ago, unbiased. Were you entertained by those lyrics of selling drugs and hustling? Were you entertained by that? 20 years
what
ago?
got you the contract from the Jews.
That's
what got Sony to pay you.
I don't know, because like I was entertained by those lyrics, but definitely other lyrics that's like killing or whatever. But you know, growing up, I was never like a Jay-Z fan.
As you grow, you realize like, damn, that shit.
I wasn't okay, Amber. I was a Pac fan, so Pac said, you know, even though I put money in your mailbox, right? Yeah. So he never glorified some drugs. So that's why I don't really get that.
It's bigger than Jay-Z though. It's being up and mobile as a group.
But he did promote a thug lifestyle though. He did promote that.
I get it. I get it. Don't forget, it's going back. So it wasn't about Jay-Z. He was just like a point of reference saying that if anybody, not just him, if anybody can twist their mind to believe that selling poison to their people is a good thing and is worthy of making money, anybody, and that's all they ever done, and then they become successful at some point in life, that means you never really seen that it was bad. Like you feel like, hey, this was necessary in order to get what I had to be. So I wouldn't expect that person to like come into some type of political, you know, field or a position and then all of a sudden understand our plight. I wouldn't think you'd be able to relate at that point. I think you're fixed in your mindset to be, you know, you sold poison your whole life, and it doesn't, you know, it's not hard to keep doing it or selling lies from this point on as a politician or whatever you want to be. It becomes natural at some point.
No, we just lost Jay-Z as a viewer.
Thanks, I don't really buy into that.
Okay, yeah. So the mind. If you can punch a woman in the face, your girl in the face. So let's go to extreme shit that happens. If you can justify yourself punching women in the face as you date them, right? And that's no big deal thing to you, right? And you become successful. I don't see you fighting for women's rights.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I just don't.
Okay.
Now I don't think you'll have credibility.
Nah.
But I don't think that the fact that you were once abusive means that you can't now be an advocate for women's rights. I don't think that people are going to view you as a credible person.
Yeah, but you can't minimize what I'm saying. I'm saying your entire.
I'm not minimizing it because I'm saying I understand the fact that you don't look at him as credible.
Wait, hold on.
You understand what I'm saying?
Wait, got nothing to do with me. Listen. Take me out of it. I don't even look at it like that. I don't give a shit. I'm saying just for the sake of argument. If you don't, I'll say this last, so this won't be shoved under the rug. Your entire adulthood, you're doing a bad behavior, no matter what it is. You're doing a bad behavior. Your entire adulthood, from like let's say 18 to like 42, or if you're not contributing to it, you're rapping or singing about it or whatever. At what point did you look back, reflect back, and say, "Damn, that was wrong"? Like you did it for 20, 30 years, not just him, anybody. Like that becomes you at some point. That's what I'm trying to point out.
And I don't agree with that. Like I don't.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Like, yeah, I get it, and I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not surprised at all.
That's like saying somebody who was a Christian for 20, 30 years can't turn away from the doctrine after 20, 30 years. Because,
I disagree because you're not intentionally hurting people to justify making money.
It does not matter about intentionally hurting your people. And the whole thing is you think it's an intention to hurt people. Some people come up and they don't look at it as I'm hurting my people. They don't even look at it. It's just a way of life for them. They were born into this way of life.
They see the context of the money. Yeah, they see the money.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the same thing with like people in Israel and women being circumcised. They don't see it as anything wrong with it. It's their way of life. You understand what I'm saying?
They
like
backwards.
Somebody come in and say
that's called backwards.
Yeah, but that's a bad analogy though.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's called backwards, y'all. When a people is causing harm and don't even realize that they're causing harm because it's their way of life. You dig what I'm saying? It's in their community standards, right? That's called a backward people. So if you have black people selling drugs and messing up their own communities, getting people strung out, right? See the violence that's involved in it, but they can't see, they don't have the empathy to see what they're doing. They are backward. If a people is circumcising little girls and mutilating people and don't see the empathy and the humanity, the inhumanity in what they're doing, they are backward. That's all.
Can they change though?
Yeah, they can change.
Exactly.
So if he's,
I'm biased arguing no change.
If he stops selling drugs and he goes into rap music, he's changed.
Okay, so since y'all misrepresented me, let me say this, Chef.
I just came back on here.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm biased like Jay-Z.
Hold on. Nah. I think he's the best rapper.
Other talking shit. I know you like Jay-Z.
So anyway, when it comes to like real talk, I'm not biased. I'm unbiased. I'm able to say I like you, Jay-Z, but you fucked up. So in Africa, when they was uncircumcising women, when was that ever seen as wrong in their practice? So it's not like they had a body over here saying that's wrong, and they was forced to see it. They still believe today that was right. That was never seen as wrong. In our community, selling crack was always seen as wrong.
No, it wasn't. But
wait. Selling crack how old are you? What you mean? It was always don't say a dare program. Say no to drugs.
It was always wrong.
Are you talking about?
Amber, what are you talking about?
Are you talking about from the outside of the community? Because I'm trying to figure out what hood you grew up in. Smoking crack was always deemed as wrong.
What?
Selling crack?
So you didn't have older people that was telling y'all it was wrong?
Oh my God, I'm done with that.
No.
What?
No.
No, it was a cultural norm. A lot of the older people were actually strung out on crack. So how they gonna tell somebody it was wrong?
And before they were strung out on crack, they were partying with it like it was cocaine. Everybody was doing lines.
Where you from?
Gary, Indiana.
I don't know about
that.
Gary, Indiana.
Very different.
Every culture differs. Like certain cultures, like they see that as a way of finance, as a way of like a normal 9 to 5. So they kind of support that. Even like in some cases, your parents or your grandparents will support that because you provided for the family. So you can't just generalize like the entire United States Black American community and say we all see it as a bad thing.
No, what I'm saying, no, hold on, back up. I'm saying in a community, a city, right? What city has promoted like this is a good thing, selling drugs? Like where the majority of people said, nah, this is the way of life. I've never heard of that.
You're correct. You're not gonna find a city that's gonna be publicly stating that they support that. What you're gonna find is little spots.
People are not chastising you for it, and that's the thing.
And that was
everybody knows it's wrong. Everybody told you it's wrong. No, nobody addressed it. That's the whole point. It wasn't nobody telling you it was right or nobody was telling you it was wrong. It was not addressed. This is a part of life.
They didn't have their programs.
It's not. No, it's not about the dare programs. It depends on where you're from. Like for instance, if you grew up in South Central, where it was a common thing, you were either dealing or you were part. You were part of being a customer.
Somebody was telling y'all it was wrong, though, bro.
Even if they were, depending on how you're raised, that raise you, they could be telling you the opposite.
Right, but that's a different argument.
How's it a different argument?
I'm understanding that nobody told him it was wrong.
I don't think it was. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think that's the case.
I personally know people to this day who mother told them expressly, if you're gonna be a drug dealer, be the best one you can be.
I can believe that.
Facts. But I don't think that there's been a case where they just didn't tell them. I mean, shoot, they tell you not to smoke cigarettes and they still sell it. It's just that I feel like you gotta appreciate that there's certain communities that didn't always go the alt-right way. So you just gotta keep an open mind when it comes to that. Like to some people, that was their only way to survive.
So think about it. I'll tell you what. There was a point in time when I sold guns, right? And the guns that damage do to people. I'm not putting it in anybody's hand. It didn't really matter the situation. It was just like money to me. I never thought about the repercussions. It wasn't till I got older and really till I got shot a few times. You know what I'm saying? I reflected on some shit like I didn't really like when people were saying, damn, why that happened to you? I can look back and be like, I can look back at myself and say, you know what? I can't even look at it like that because I was doing some fucked up shit, even selling guns.
Right.
And I was able to sit back and go, you know what? Damn. At that time, it never even crossed my mind. I never even thought about it. It was nothing.
I sold drugs, but I knew the shit was wrong.
That's the thing about like your community. Like for instance, here in Virginia, assault rifles is legal in this state. For what reason, we don't know, but it's legal in this state. And so you have communities where we have those operable. And you have children in those same communities that think, okay, this is a norm in the society. It's not supposed to be. It's not moral, but it exists.
Yeah, you just don't think about it.
Like,
correct. But Chef, let me ask you this. Chef, when you were hustling, did you really think about it though? Like really?
I did.
No, hell no.
You contemplated
it was a necessary thing.
You contemplated a lot like
you pushing the goalposts.
I'm asking on some other shit.
But I was putting my selfish needs above that. I was taking that risk. You feel me?
But you did it anyway, though, right?
Right.
You knew it was wrong and did it anyway.
Things in my family, so I knew it wasn't right. You feel me? I didn't like my
how'd you repent?
Was getting high. Yeah, I knew the shit was wrong. You feel me?
How do you repent? How do you repent so we know you're a good guy now? That you're not still one of them. How do you repent?
I still know the shit wrong, though. You feel me?
I'm saying Jay-Z ain't selling drugs no more. Jay-Z stopped selling drugs a long time ago.
It's not about Jay-Z. That was the point.
Here's my thing. I think children like me, I was a child of an addict. And even though I didn't know what it was at the time, as I got older and I knew about my mother being an addict, that's what led me to like, oh, this shit is wrong because of me knowing what it did to my mother. You understand what I'm saying? And knowing that absence, it made me turn like, ooh, I'm not going to do drugs. I'm not going to deal with this, that, and the third. But it was a norm. A lot of the kids I went to school with, mothers was addicts, or they knew somebody that sold drugs. Like
I know folk that sell crack to their own people because they'll be like, listen, uncle,
they gonna get it from somewhere.
Come get it from me. I ain't gonna teach you it's gonna be right. And then you know what I'm saying? You don't gotta work. You know what I'm saying? That's how they looked at it in their mind. They rationalized like that. Come to me, you ain't gotta worry about nothing crazy happening to you. You come to me and I'm gonna give it to you. And they thought that was like looking out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the mindset that go with it.
Can I ask a question? So
go for it, Phil.
That black man that sold that drugs, he turns the drugs into a corner store, corner market. Are we gonna question his thoughts, or are we gonna support his business that he's changing it? Are we gonna question him and say, I don't know if he all the way right? I'm waiting on him to do a AA thing before I support him, or we just gonna support him and somebody
But
doing something different?
what he's doing.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I'm a
I ain't ready
supporter.
to answer that yet.
Yeah,
I'm a
so
supporter.
I have a business. I have 2 businesses, and I've sold drugs. So I'm not willing to answer that question right now because niggas could look at me the same fucking way.
Yeah, I still support.
But that's a good question, though.
Yeah, I'm a supporter.
But look, it's fair to say this. It's fair to say if not a bodega, because that's selling products. They got nothing to do with, with the background. But because we don't got to trust you, we got to trust your product. But if you are running for mayor, and I'm not saying a former drug dealer can't do it, but I'm saying it's fair to at least question your past.
Facts.
Now my question is,
we're not arguing. Like we kind of moving all around because we was on just a Jay-Z type.
I got 2 things I want to address.
Mayor.
CD in the chat. Yes, I have dated a drug dealer before. Someone that I never seen him actually deal drugs, but I knew he was a drug dealer. He had plenty of money and never clocked in no motherfucking where. So yes, I did date a drug dealer, but I also tried to assimilate him into a legal lifestyle. See, I wasn't just around like, yeah, be a drug dealer, do this for the rest of your life, you're getting good money. Okay, how can you make this into some legal money? That was always my thing. And then when I seen that wasn't the route he was taking, I removed myself from that relationship. But also I want to say, how many people would have an issue with people being drug dealers if they wasn't servicing their community? If these Black drug dealers were servicing white people, would you still be against drug dealing?
Probably not.
White members operated from
Exactly.
Crickets.
Yeah, this is called white capping. God damn. I'm gonna start saying y'all white capping.
I looked at that. I had no idea, but I didn't know that was a phrase.
Word. This is true story, of course.
Yeah, I looked at what he put in the chat. True Story got all on the goddamn hard fact. Hey, Chef, you said you were trying to set up a debate with True Story against Unc.
Yeah, I don't think Unc want to do it.
They don't want no part of True Story.
I just had a debate with Corey and Unc. They pretty much where they at with it. You know what I mean? Yeah. My thing was Pastor Bennett was right. That's it.
Yeah, like, damn right he was right, man.
Like we've progressed since the Dred Scott, right? In 1857, that was slavery. From the Dred Scott decision to now, if you say we haven't progressed, I don't know where you live. I don't know what history you were reading.
Yeah, I would have come look at your. I would have looked at your house. I would have come look at your house.
a lot of times when people say we have not progressed, they kind of look at it from a personal agenda or personal perspective, and that's how they misconstrue. Right, that's how they misconstrue what's best for our people is because they think that they know what's best.
Right.
But we don't even have to go all the way back to slavery, right? We don't,
but that's the point everybody wants to use because according to most people, that's the lowest point.
We don't even have to go all the way back there. You can go back Jim Crow. We can go back to our grandparents. If you exactly. In your 40s, you probably got grandparents that started to try to build their families in the 30s and the 40s, right? Yeah. So think about that. They were paying taxes, right, to states and cities, right, and on the federal level that they were paying taxes that was subsidizing streets, hospitals, and universities that Black people was paying taxes for and couldn't even go to because of the color of their skin. So if you say that we haven't progressed from even then to now, you tripping.
Yeah.
You tripping.
You
feel me?
But look, Chevron, a lot of them have what I call fanaticism. They have this fantasy of what they believe progression is. And we got to get out of that because that's not realistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or no goal or no marker to what
where we should
Right.
be.
There has to be a medium. There has to be
Yeah.
a line where you like, you know what? Okay, here's what success for the black community. Bam.
Yeah.
Put that there. And then anybody who passes that line, they're considered as
Exactly.
part of the movement of moving for progression. But ain't
Yeah,
nobody.
It's like we raced it without a finish line.
Hey, look, ain't nobody said that, but guess what? Majority of us at that time, I'm not speaking about on the panel or those of us that are watching, majority of us at that time, back in those times, their median was to be looked at as equals. Their median was to be on the same page as white folks. And I think a lot of us has met that point already.
Right. You know what I mean?
Their median, if you look at a lot of our grandparents, their median point was their children or even their grandchildren could go to school and get all the education they need to make a come up. That was their median. We successfully met that point.
Can I ask a question?
A lot of times we don't think from their perspective. We think
we think from 2020. Yeah.
Correct, and that's false. Like
exactly.
You can set one for your children or your grandchildren, but as of right now, you got to look at where your grandparents came from and the type of world they wanted you to have, as their next generation, and that's how you can tell if your family or your people have been progressing.
Exactly.
If I make a point for progression, can I make one point for progression politically?
Yeah.
Politically, we used to upon Lincoln setting us free, we all politically moved to Republicans. Politically, facts. Politically, Martin Luther King was able to switch and give the black vote to the Dixiecrats. He was able to promise it to the Dixiecrats. Kennedy, or end up racist ass Lyndon B. Johnson, who they said nigga every 2 words. He was able to negotiate. He was able to negotiate a switch to the Democrats, a vote to them, and gave them the vote. Have you seen political power since then, where the vote could be manipulated, switched, and given amendments into policy like we have back then?
That don't come along every 30 years, bro. That's like.
But here's the thing, though. you gotta ask yourself: were our grandparents and great grandparents into politics like that?
Were they into politics?
They were more politically savvy than we are.
No doubt. Regression.
My point is politics.
A point to regression, not progression. You're showing that the current group is out of focus. The previous group.
Solo, you're making the argument is progression. Like you're looking at progression.
You're showing regression. You're admitting to a regression.
Listen. You're saying that's not overall. That's just a certain area. Like you're looking at a failure in one area and then casting that across the whole board.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
You're saying
that's a personal fanaticism.
Yeah, but
if I can make points to, if you could point to points in history where black people were of communist thought, of what you call it, we will. If you listen to Fred Hampton,
still communist thought, bro. Still
no, you have no. We are Democrats. We vote 96%. There is no other there's no other political astuteness that we have in our political.
That's if we vote to begin with.
Right, but I agree with you,
Solo. The voters are ignorant. The voters are ignorant, and the non-voters have no voice. You have regressed.
Solo.
You have regressed.
I disagree.
Solo. I agree with you. But you know what you're saying? What you're saying is basically that's our own regression. It's no legal hindrance. Right. That's something that we inflicting on ourselves from being uneducated politically. You feel me? That what we're saying is in the 50s, we had legislation that was against us. Right. You dig what I'm saying? That was stopping us. That's what I feel as though progression is. You feel me?
Like removing obstacles, right?
Yeah, obstacles was removed from they put up shit. In the 40s, we had shit against us, like I was trying to make the point, the Dred Scott joint, right? That was during slavery. That shit was so monumental because it basically, Dred Scott was saying that he took a white man to court for his freedom. And what they ruled there was that a black man was an alien to the United States. And he had no rights that a white citizen was bound to respect. Yeah. So he couldn't enter into no legal contract with a white man that a white man had to. So even that slave master could have wrote a letter saying that he was going to release Dred Scott in 10 years worth of servitude to this day. He could have filed that in a courthouse, and he didn't have to respect that contract because that man wasn't even a legal entity inside the United States. So anybody who's saying that black people who own businesses now, who can enter into contracts with white people, and that shit can be upheld by the law. If you can say that us now having progressed from then to now, you're tripping.
It's insane.
No, I can discuss with you. I could discuss with you that specific situation and say it was only manipulated, that the case was overturned by black political aggression. The black political aggression that overturned the Dred Scott case. Well, what overturned it? Speak upon the black political aggression that overturned it, and that shown the Republican affiliation at the time to give the vote. Again, if it wasn't for the blacks associating with the abolitionists and the Puritan and aligning with the churches and the white powers that be, you would not have that change. There was a strong Confederate that was ready to uphold that we were not citizens, and there was a group of black people that were using white folks to help manipulate the change so that could be immediately amended.
But that goes back to my point earlier.
You don't have that now.
Yeah, but that goes back to my point earlier. But here's my thing. It goes back to my point earlier. You have to be careful what we're talking about, because if we're talking about a regression in values, you're absolutely right. I will say
that's a good point, Amber.
You understand what I'm saying? What are we talking about?
Because that's what he's arguing. That's what I was trying to say. Say that shit again, Amber.
And he went
on a regression in our value system as a black community.
And look, and even when on called in, and he even made a mistake in saying, "Yeah, we progressed in civil liberties." Nigga, game over.
Right. You just admitted to progression.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
You might not where you want to be financially as a people, but we've progressed.
That's a key indicator of progression in a culture. When you study cultures, those are the things you look for is their values and see if their value system has improved.
You gotta be civil liberties at the core of everything. If ain't no civil liberties,
there's context to civil liberties.
Oh, now, wait, hold on. So hold up. So the white man in court in 1850 something?
57, yeah.
God damn, and was heard?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just highlighting, like, damn.
Yeah.
Dude. What happened to the hangings, right? The lynchings. What happened here?
No, I think because dude that ran away, did he escape?
Yeah, he ran away to another state.
Free area?
He walked off.
Oh,
basically,
another
he
white
felt as though he couldn't be granted over to a new slave master. Yeah. He said once that slave master died, he could be free. So he walked the fuck off. And they had to, and when he went to another state. He went to the neighboring state where slavery was illegal.
Okay.
So they had to take him to the state court, then the state Supreme Court, and the state Supreme Court said they wouldn't argue it. It was a federal issue. So they had to go to the Supreme Court. He went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled him down, saying legally in the United States, a white man don't have no, a black man don't have no rights that a white man is bound to respect. Yeah. He's not a citizen. Yeah. You know what I mean? He's an alien to the U.S.
Has no rights.
He
has no rights.
He might not have rights, but he has some respect for them to even want to do all this with him, because they could just They could have just put right back to slavery. Like.
No, check it out.
Because they got it from
check this out. States was beefing over which states had slavery and some states didn't have slavery. He crossed into a state where slavery was illegal. So you feel me? They had to go to federal court because the state that he moved in wasn't willing to send him back to the state that held slavery. You see what I'm saying?
So they had to rule to figure out what happens in that case.
Yeah, like what happened? So the Supreme Court had to rule in it.
Yeah, I got
you. Feel me?
Yeah.
So it's a deep case, yo. We should really look into it. You know what I mean?
I remember that case right there.
Yeah, I knew about it, but I never like looked into it like that.
Yeah. So for niggas to say we haven't progressed from that time to now, what are we saying?
Man,
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Morning, yo.
You know what I'm saying? Like Solo, like we could argue about, like we could debate the other stuff that we haven't done. Like nobody's saying talk about the things we haven't done. Like the whole debate is progression. That's it. Like once progression is made, game is over. Like you can say we regress, but you can't regress.
Is there a context?
Progression.
Is there a context to progression?
No.
No, that's not. No, the debate was just have we progressed.
If I could say, there's no context to a free man on 12 years a slave. His progression to a person grown up in slavery. Is there context to their progression? The free man in 12 years a slave wants to get back to playing his violin. Is he happy with fresh clothes? Is his context not different?
Like
is there a different context?
Tell you what. Do you have to be in the house before dark?
I have to be in the house before dark. I'm grown.
Sundown.
I don't have
sundown.
I don't have to ask myself.
Sundown towns.
Yeah,
sundown,
bro.
Sundown.
Yeah, you don't have to go through that no more because those obstacles have been removed.
Right. You know what? Yeah, you just gave a good idea. We should really start noting this stuff down, like the things that stuff like that shows the clear progression. So this argument can be laid to rest in the future.
No, is that progression? Is that progression? Sundown town. Is that progression?
Hey, I'm buying something with that. I'll make some slides and send them to you.
Yeah, definitely. Hell yeah.
Is that progression?
Yes.
Is sundown town
It's
progression?
not the end all be all, but that is all of progression is not one thing. It's a litany of things.
Right.
No, let me ask you a question. If you were allowed, if you were a king in an African country, and you're a king, if you're a king, and you own a large pound of land, if you're just a landowner, and you used to having a bunch of land, and everywhere you're going in this land is where you could go. I could go 50, 100 acres each way.
Got it.
If I get to another part of land or another town, and that town tell me I can't go certain parts, I can't move around in this town like I'm used to moving around other towns. It's a different context to that person that grew up in that town, that knows that they can only go one block past each block. Now when you let that person that grew up in that town go 2 blocks, he's happy he could go 2 blocks. But the man
I'm not arguing with that.
That's not progression to somebody that was free. If you
in the context of the United States, we've made progress.
Yeah, you're making up a scenario to fit your narrative. I'm talking about the exact story that we went through. We were slaves. There were sundown towns here. We've had them removed. Progression.
Right.
In the context of our history here in the United States, have we made progression from slavery to now?
Yes.
There's no way you could even contemplate. You feel me? If you know anything about history, there's no way to.
That's what I'm saying. That's just saying. A lot of the disagreements when it comes to that is fanaticism.
The progression to me, the progression as a slave they were always free people walking around back then, right?
Yes.
Well, they always when they had slaves, they had free black people. Yes. They had certain papers, had certain different rights.
Yes.
That weren't afforded to the slave. So the context of the
free
black
black people even had the free black population. I live in the city. Baltimore had the biggest free black population in the United States during slavery. Baltimore, right? But even in Baltimore, the laws were restrictive against those blacks, even though they had said-so freedoms. It was places they couldn't live. It was contracts they couldn't enter into. You feel me? It was churches they couldn't go into. It was schools that they didn't have.
Exactly.
It was inequality. They made progression from then to now.
Speaking on that.
Is that me? Or is I'm breaking up?
That's
exactly that. A Haitian wife's family members. Hello?
You breaking up?
Yeah, we hear you.
Start over.
Okay. My grandfather came here from Haiti, bought his wife, bought her family, bought her children, was listed as a slave owner, but they were family members. His idea of moving around and restriction is different from his wife. His wife as a slave understood her restrictions and what she was allowed to do and how she was allowed to move around in the town. He was not aware of the same movement and mobility. Freedom for him is a different context and a different needle. He has to have his own business. He can't work for a white man there. He didn't accept what the movement and the mobility you're accepting as forward mobility is different to the context of a free man.
Yeah, that's a good point, but you still missing the point. That's a good point and for another argument, but at this point, has the African American progressed from slavery to now? It's always going to be a yes. I don't care what context you put on it, from a Haitian to a Puerto Rican, you feel me? To an African, it doesn't matter.
Exactly, because listen, in order for
in United States history, has the African American progressed from slavery to now? I don't care what you say.
Even that story, he would have never been able to come and do what he did, or even think to do what he did, if we hadn't progressed.
Right.
Facts.
You can't get around.
Facts.
He had his own papers. He was a sailor. He joined the he joined the army, was listed in the census. He assimilated to the system as he could, but he had a different context than any of the black people already in the system.
But without the black people progressing in the United States, that shit would have been afforded to him. You understand that? Without the
tell you there were free people here from the 1600s. There were free black men.
That shit wouldn't have been available to the Haitian black man coming here with his paper and everything. If black people haven't progressed and made certain advancements, it wouldn't have been a favorable position for a Haitian to move to the United States. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and those free blacks, that was progression from slavery. Like everything you name is just a piece of progression. Like it's continuing. You know what I'm saying? Those are steps that kept happening. Freetown, free neighborhood. Okay, Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all progression, bro. Like,
and when you look at modern examples, can you point to one that's close? Where's our Tuskegee? Where's our Tulsa? Where's our political movement? I see regression.
We don't need that. We don't need that. That's a personal fantasy of what progression looks like. You don't need that.
You're pointing to specific points in progress, and then when I point to where that's at now, you're saying that's not,
because you're looking for direct copies, and that's the flaw. You're looking for direct copies.
I just told you there's over 35 black banks and credit unions in the United States. Over 35.
That's the thing. Progress doesn't require that you progress in every area. It does not require that.
Right.
We're talking about overall, has there been any progress? And it has.
Yo, having a hard time with this. Hey, Solo, I'm having a hard time.
I'm not, man. No disrespect to the ancestors. I appreciate all the no disrespect. No disrespect intended. I love every movement and every
ain't no disrespect. But look how we sit back and shit every time we say something. You looking like, man.
These old slave-minded ass niggas, man.
Yeah.
We some old dogs right now.
With these old goddamn.
No, I'm not happy to sit at the front of the bus. I don't want to sit at the front of their bus. Don't tell me there's progress. Fuck their bus.
Yo, we had our own bus companies at one time. We had our own bus companies. right?
That's progress.
We chose
Getting
to
on their
get
bus
that
is
shit
not
up.
progress. That's regression.
No, but having our own bus companies?
No, getting
That's
on
because
their
they
bus.
wouldn't let us work
Being
for theirs.
allowed to, somebody telling you could come eat where I'm eating. I'll let you come have this milkshake I'm spitting in. Yeah, you could come sit in the front, give me your bus fare. That's not progression. That's regression.
So
Them
paying
allowing you
tax
in their space is
It,
regression.
it is progression coming where our grandparents came from.
Right. And to pay taxes and not be afforded the same freedoms as everybody who's paying taxes too. You don't think that's progression? Telling a black person that paid the same amount of money to get on the bus as a white person that he got to sit in the back or give up his seat to a white person. You saying that
where they can't eat at a restaurant
right.
where they got the money to spend?
Yeah, or I
come.
I'm an
entertainer. I come go around back and get your food, but you can't come in here and dine. That's against white people's sensibilities to see your ugly black face in their restaurant. So you can order from here.
How did Malcolm solve? How did Martin
today,
solve it? Martin solved it. Martin solved the problem. Martin solved the problem by telling the people to walk. Don't tell them. Show them how your money really gonna hurt. When you show them how your money gonna hurt them, then they go beg for us to come back on their bus. But do you really want? They did that. But what is that? But the power is in telling them you don't need them. Walk. You don't have to. You don't ask for somebody to give you the food.
Yeah, see, that's a different argument, bro. That's a different argument.
You telling me my grandmother had to walk to work every day to prove something to a white man? Are you serious?
I'm saying I believe a black man would have figured out Uber back then and we'd have made money in 1960. Somebody would have made some money bringing your grandma to work.
Hold on.
Figured it out.
But you do know you do know that
obsessing to them and asking them, can I sit on their bus is not the good best answer.
Buses are mass transportation and they're subsidized by the city and state that you live in. You do pay taxes and you're supposed to be afforded the same rights to mass transportation as anybody else because you pay taxes like anybody else. So I'm lost.
Solo.
I appreciate it. I understand that argument, and you are right. I agree, and I applaud MLK for winning it. I applaud for how he did it. I think all of that is a power move. You are correct. I agree, but I don't feel it's progress in saying I got to sit at the front of the bus. The progress is in the political movement he did to show.
It's a public bus.
It is progress, man.
That is the power.
That is progress. You gotta realize.
I agree with that. I 100% agree. His political movement was power. Us sitting in the front of their bus was not power. Us sitting in they getting allowed to go to their schools was not power.
It was progress, though. It was progress, though.
It's progress.
You telling me a black person being able to go to Yale is not progress?
And now I
you tell a black person that can go to MIT is not progress. You know how prestigious.
Well, here's the thing. Now he's confusing the argument.
Then W.B. Du Bois went to Yale. W.B. Du Bois went to Yale in the 19th. You could go to Yale if you were exceptional. You didn't have to get their books. You could go to Oxford if you find you. How did you get to Oxford? How did they get overseas?
Do you think progress and power are synonymous? Do you think progress and power are synonymous?
Yes.
You think they're
That's
synonymous?
the problem.
That's the problem. We don't need power. Power is not necessary.
No, that's a different subject.
But what is your bar? What is your bar?
That we don't need
Where are you trying to go?
But you're conflating the argument. Like progress is progress. It does not require power. Then the two are not mutually exclusive.
If I'm locked up, if you're my slave and I lock you up in my basement and I stop beating you, is that progress? Just because I stop beating you and you make me be nice to you and now I'm feeding you better because you talking nice to me, is that probably you still a slave in my basement?
No, that's progress to him.
Yes, it is.
But Melvin, go back to W.E.B. Du Bois. You said he went to Yale, right?
Didn't he?
Hold on. But you know how he got in? Do you know how he got in? White people, hold on. White people had to write letters. Hold on. White people had to write letters and petition for him to get in there. So he got in off of the merit of white people, not off of the fact that his scores allowed him to be able to go. Now, if your scores and you can pay the tuition, you can go no matter what.
Yeah, and affirmative action allots a set amount for those schools to take. Now that wasn't there.
Right. He was so exceptional that white people was like, yo, they was right in Yale saying, y'all have to accept him. You feel me? Like alumni and stuff was right in saying, accept this man, you know what I mean? Forget his race. So it was white people had to step up because they could deny him the right to enroll in that school because of his race. So imagine all of the other black people who wanted to go to Yale, who couldn't go because they ain't had a backing of white people stepping up for him. That's how he got to go to Yale. Now, if you got the scores and the money to pay, you can go to Yale.
Now, quick question: if power and progress are synonymous to you, would the loss of some power be considered regression for you?
No doubt, yes.
So, would you say that the whites have regressed since they no longer can run into random white men can't run into black people's house, snatch them up, hang them? Would you say that whites have regressed then?
Who says that they're not doing it?
Oh my God.
I mean,
they,
you watch.
They can't. That's against state laws, and in some states you have the ability to retaliate legally.
And I'm talking about
you lose your whole career.
I'm talking about the average white person. I'm not talking about a police officer or people who have roles in law enforcement. I'm talking about the average white man can run in your shit, accuse you of something, hang you with no type of nothing.
Right. If I were to believe the conspiracies that the Ku Klux Klan infiltrated the police department, I would have to agree that I would believe that white people can run into your house as they feel and do what they want to.
That's moving the goalposts, bro. You gotta answer the question.
I'm answering her question. I don't know how to move.
Hey, DeVar went to Harvard. We got to get that right. True story in the chat. We got to get that right. He went to Harvard. We got to get that right. True story in the chat.
I said Ivy League. I wasn't sure.
No, we got to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting everybody know so we be right on that.
So that means you're under the assumption that every white man that hung a black man was a member of the KKK.
The KKK was an organization. The KKK was an organization of like-minded white nationalists. The movie, the movie was the first great movie. The big movement to that movement after Reconstruction, I do believe is real, and I believe it morphed. I believe it morphed into the police system. Yes.
But do you believe that every white man that hung a black man was indeed a member of the KKK?
I believe that if the KKK heard about it, they would look for him. Yeah, that was who they were looking to recruit.
So that goes back to my question.
Right.
Can a random white man, never mind if they infiltrated into the police departments and all of that, can a random white man just run up in your house, just at random, accuse you of stealing some shit from him off his land, looking at his wife, whatever, and string you up, hang you up with no repercussions? Can they just do that at random?
A Ku Klux Klan, do they still have power?
Hey, don't do it, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm saying a white man that Klan and agree with the Ku Klux Klan back then. Does he have power today? Is the question. And
No. She means now. If you're next to a neighbor,
do they have power now? I'm trying to answer the question. Yeah, I believe
you're not answering it.
I believe that.
She asked you a question, bro. Can a white man?
You're not answering the question, Derek.
And to be clear, it's not do they have power, but have they regressed in their power? That's the real shit. So you don't think they
power? I think it's in your face. I think they can kill you on TV in your face. And anybody that wants to kill a black man knows what job to go do it. If you want to do it,
but they have to be in certain jobs in order to do it.
There's a place for you to go. There's a place that you could go and do it protected by law. Yeah. You don't. They're not riding on white horses no more. No. But if they wanted to put on a blue uniform, they come in your house in a blue uniform when they feel like it and kill you in front of your family.
But we're not talking about a blue uniform. We're talking about with no uniform because they didn't have to wear a blue uniform back then. That's what we're talking about.
Can a white Domino's pizza worker run in your house, accuse you of stealing his pizzas, and all white people come and drag you out your house and hang you without repercussion right now. Can it happen?
You mean like what, Jasper,
Come
when they
on,
dragged the
man.
man out
Come
the
on. The answer is simple, man. Come on, bro.
Jasper, Texas? You don't remember they dragged the dude out the bar?
Never mind,
They
bro.
can't do that.
Dancing. He black dancing right now.
Did they drag him through the town? I'm asking the question. I didn't.
Black dancing right now.
Can I say no? Do they drag you out your house and light you up on fire on the post?
You can't answer a question with a question.
No,
You gotta
I said no. I said no, they're not gonna drag you through your house and light you up on the post on the cross. But can I catch a black man being listed on my Facebook timeline? Can I catch a white man jumping on a black man and shooting him in broad daylight at any time of the day?
That's not a sequitur to the question, though. That's not a sequitur to the question.
Uniform?
It doesn't matter with the uniform. I'm just letting you know that has nothing to do with the question that was asked.
And even if all things were equal, that would still happen because people kill people.
That's why I said it was not a sequitur. It was not in particular.
You saying they have none? Those things you see on there have nothing to do with racism?
I'm saying the other events that you brought into the conversation had nothing to do with the question you were asked.
Oh, she asked me what people getting listed today. I'm telling her I see people getting listed on Facebook.
And that's actually not what I asked you. But
oh, I'm sorry.
Just to be clear. You did say that ain't nobody gonna run up in your house and just do that at random. You admitted that much. And prior to me asking you that, you said that a loss of certain power would be regressive, right? So if white people are no longer able to, do those things, they have lost some power. So they have regressed. So my question would be, who was the impetus for that regression? And does that necessarily mean that because they regressed, that somebody progressed?
Because they're not able to run into your house with the white sheets, who's responsible for them not being able to run in your house?
Right.
Black progress. Okay.
She got you on the ropes, fam. You just like
no. I would say, can you point out? I would say, I don't agree that has changed. I don't agree. I'm saying that I believe the white uniform has changed to a blue uniform. I believe that they can't do the same thing that they did in the same measure they did in 1920, but not think in context, nothing is being done the same way as was done in 1920. Everything moves and evolves in different
So everything progresses, right?
No, it could progress or regress. You're talking about progression or regress.
Are black people wearing those uniforms?
Are black people wearing
those blue uniforms?
Police uniform? Are black people wearing police uniforms?
Yes.
Are black people wearing police uniforms? Yes. Yeah. But if I'm gonna say, if you believe from the beginning of time there was a Sambo, there was a black man that was paid well to be the overseer of black people. I believe
it got nothing to do with the question, bro.
I believe it has everything to do with the context.
It's hella off topic, though.
That is police officers. That is the person that told when the black man was running. There was always that person. There was always that black man that joined. It's a well-paying job. It is safe. That is what a majority of us are descendants of, because they lived the most and the longest. They assimilated to the system the best. Clarence Thomas eats better than us because he assimilated to the system. He is sitting at the right hand of the gods and has a job forever because he is assimilated. He is quiet and knows his position. We all know our position. Barack can't do what Trump could do. We know. We know our position. I'm saying, is that the man position to take? Are we taking a slave acceptance? Or are we taking man acceptance? Or are we moving like men?
That's why I said when I first came here, personal fanaticism, that does not apply to the culture. That's your personal belief.
No, not to black culture. It doesn't. To other cultures, it applies.
It is.
Other cultures are not satisfied with our
how many other people?
No other culture would be satisfied with just them not beating you over the head no more and allowing you to live in certain places.
I mean, if you would have asked my grandparents that, they would probably say, hell yeah.
They descendants of slaves. Of course.
Of course.
Of course. You appreciate the whatever eating better on the table. But if you always ate good and not somebody's telling you I'm allowing you to eat with me, you don't accept that. I don't need that. That is not, it's levels to it. And I think black people have to realize what level we on. There's some what was acceptable to the house Negro was not acceptable to the field Negro, and vice versa. There was different levels to it. You know, that's why the dissension Malcolm talked about. We looked at each other different. Is this dude getting allowance? He talking to the white? He's finessing and making moves was necessary in here to make moves. You could see it with Du Bois. You could see it with any slave that left had to manipulate and get in the door with some kind of money, some kind of white power player. That's the system. But they were fighting to be equal with that dude. They weren't just happy with the scrap. They ran away from the scraps. They didn't say, thank you for feeding me better today. They ran and got their own table. And that's progression. When you fighting for that, are we fighting for our own table today? I say today is a regression. We'll have regret. We had it back then.
What is the definition
That's your
of
personal
progression
subjective. That's your personal subjective opinion.
Exactly. What is the
you
definition?
allowed to have that? You allowed to have that.
Yeah, he's allowed to have it, but he can't apply that to all of the people in the community. Like
exactly. That's why it's subjective, bro. You can't. That's your personal shit, bro. It's subjective. No,
it's true. It's true. It's
yeah,
true. It's subjective.
Like,
yeah.
So we don't disagree. We don't disagree with some of the motives, some of the things you want to do. We can agree with that, but you totally won't agree that you ain't seeing black folks hanging from trees right now when you walk in the house. You don't know nobody that's seeing a goddamn cross burning in their front yard right now. Like
they hung Emmett Till for whistling at a white woman. Is it right that they hung him for whistling at a white woman? He should have a right to whistle at any woman.
Nobody's arguing. Like nobody's arguing.
You gotta stay on point, bro. You gotta learn to stay on point. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call you up for that. You gotta learn to stay on point. That has nothing to do
with I agree with Emmett Till being hung for whistling with white girls, bro.
So it's not necessarily progress that you could whistle at white women now. That they're not hanging.
That was not the argument, though. You're bringing in arguments that did not exist.
Hey, but technically that is progress because I can walk into work here right now, but hey, how you doing, man? And a white man ain't gonna run up on me.
It is social, but don't entertain
that's
that.
Progress.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. That ain't progress, bro. That ain't progress. Don't even go there, bro.
Don't entertain that.
White hat right now.
I mean, people that love white women think that's progress. But I mean, the progress is making sure black.
The fact that you're not a white man's property and they can't rape you for no reason at all to break you or to try to humble you or to try to control you, I would consider that progress. You wouldn't consider that progress?
I agree with you, sis. No doubt that is. There are people. I'm not disrespecting none of the ancestors that fought for. We moved the ball in certain areas, but today in 2020, where we at now. You have to say, give me those examples of those type of movements that we have in the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. From 2020, give me an example of a Black Panther type progress where we stopped the police. We went out there with our guns and we say, you know what?
Why does it have to be Black Panther? Why does it have to be Black Panther type?
Right.
But I'm saying any type of any type of
you didn't
power
say that. You said Black Panther type.
I say Black Panthers because I could see on TV where black people are getting assaulted by police, and black men back then they went and got their guns and got a militia together.
Right, so you might want to stop watching TV then.
That's not what happened.
I'm just saying you might want to stop watching TV. If you're getting your arguments based off of what you see on TV, you might want to stop watching TV.
I could read about Hugh. I'm well read now. I could read about Hugh in the Black Panther movement to say that they were college educated men that took their law of knowledge of college to tell them where they had to stand, what guns they were allowed to get. That's why California is so restrictive on gun laws now, because of the Black Panthers, because they took those guns and did their rights and stop the police from beating black men ass in front of them. You're not gonna do that in our neighborhood. They stopped it. Now we watching it on TV. Tell me a movement close to that right now that stops it.
There's no movement close to the Black Panther Party that can ever exist in this modern age.
So you don't even have to do
is that a progression or regression? Is that from what you see happening to black people on TV?
Solo, you don't have to do those type of things that they were trying to do right now. Like,
what, you don't? Like, what are we talking about? We don't have no problems. Police are good and we love the justice system.
It's a different set. It's a problem situated in a different way, bro. Like you're not gonna look for. We don't need niggas walking around the street right now armed with weapons like that. We can move it another way. We can hit the courtroom. We can hit the courtrooms now. We can petition certain business. We can get financial backing from other interests. I'm saying, like, we don't have to go to route.
Speak on it. What we doing? What we doing to stop the police? What they did to stop it, and what we doing now? Give me the example. What they did for upward mobility to build schools. Give me an example. What they did to build towns and banks in LA. Give me one example in the last 20 years, from 2020 to 2000.
First, explain to me how the Black Panthers stopped police brutality.
What year did that?
Like, what year did the Black Panthers stop police brutality?
No, I'm saying in the neighborhood no, I mean, I got to say more than 2 words, but in the neighborhoods that the Black Panthers were in, there had a mission statement to watch police on corners that they had heavy activity. And on those corners, the Black Panthers did show out and are known for having several gunfights with the police. Documented.
Because of what? And because they done shot a nigga.
Right? Who the police?
Yeah.
Shot or harassed or any, they were being upwardly
mobile. They still doing it. That's my point.
The police were doing it. But I'm saying we had a certain point where we were reacting to it. And the police stopped it, and we haven't currently reacted to it since 1975.
You want to see a shootout. So Black Lives Matter, you ain't trying to see nothing like that. You want to see hail of bullets.
Huey Newton didn't die by police bullets.
He was educated. You don't want to see a Black Lives Matter move. Like you don't acknowledge that.
I don't want to see a Black Lives Matter movement.
No, I'm saying like the Black Lives Matter movement that was funneled behind, that was pushed out of police brutality, and the defense is killing the Black people. You saw that movement take place.
Right.
I saw the signs.
To where now where all police are required to wear body cams now.
Right. It produced something.
And you see that as mobility. You see that as being more effective than what they did in the civil rights movement in the 60s.
It don't have to be more effective. It got to be more effective, but it's got to be effective.
It has to be more effective to be considered progress. It would be considered regress if it was less effective.
You can't judge it more because you change your jumping paradigm. You got to look at what's effective 2020. Like they didn't do it. They didn't have to do it. Now they have to. Progression.
You could view police crimes better now than you could in the 70s. Everybody sees it on tape. They didn't know on tape, but they still knew what they had to fight.
Can you prosecute them better now than in the 60s?
Can you which one was prosecuted?
Can you prosecute these crimes better now than the 60s?
Which one? Name one that was prosecuted.
But my question is, how can you say that was more progressive back then if we still are having an issue of same kind now?
No, you were progressive.
If they were that progressive and they were that effective, would we even be in this situation currently?
Yeah, we wouldn't have to deal with certain shit.
You're in this situation. Don't disrespect the same people you respected. You're in this situation and enjoying the freedoms you have because of their mobility, because of what they did. Exactly. I agree. Why not? You saying you were progressive, but you're not giving them, you taking away the credit from them and saying they didn't do nothing. Those people.
I'm not taking credit from them, but they were.
No. I'm saying you're looking at it like they made progress. It was anecdotal. It wasn't long lasting. You understand what I'm saying?
Long lasting. The food programs they have are still pertinent today. The food programs they have. No, I'm saying their thought without the Black Panther thought. At one point in time, Black people switched it so a white person couldn't just call them nigga. That when you called them nigga, you knew you was gonna get your ass whooped.
Hold on, you saying it was? Hold on, you saying it wasn't Black people doing that before the Black Panthers? Feeding that people.
I'm saying they were. I'm saying it's a regression. I haven't seen it since. since.
Okay.
I haven't seen it. That's why I'm fighting for regression.
Where you live at?
Between New Orleans and Fort Worth.
Oh, that's a black area, right?
All day. We 90% Black. We segregated as fuck.
So y'all don't do that for each other? Like
I grew up 75, 80. We talking about crack era. We did that against each other. We regressed. It was a regression in the 80s compared to what my father did. My father was born in 1933. He was progression. He couldn't read a 4th grade education, had his own business. That was progression. We regressed from that generation. No
So
doubt.
no, what I'm saying is you don't have Black organizations in your city that do those things, like any of those things. You saying y'all don't do it at all? No, I'm saying
my family.
Not your family, your community. Like
my family is my community. The block is your family. Yeah.
But see, my thing is, you have a point if we're talking about values. Now, if you want to switch this to a values discussion, then we could talk about.
What do you? Yeah.
Huh?
What do you value as a? What do you value as a slave? You value a little bit of scrap. As a man, you value freedom. Yeah, it's values. It's values. Power, value, and power. Power to a slave is being allowed out at a certain time. Power to a free man is being able to walk where you want. It's context. You could be happy and move with progression, but a free man is not happy with certain things. A free man is not happy with being allowed anywhere. You don't allow me anywhere.
We got. I live in a Black city, right? Or it's 60% Black. So we have churches, right, that have basketball gyms. They do outreach programs where they feed the kids. They put on house league basketball tournaments. Mm-hmm. You feel me? They do food drives. You feel me? Like, so all of that stuff that you say the Black Panthers do, they do scholarships. You feel me? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, when did we stop doing that shit? Like, when did Black people
after Medgar Evers and Martin Luther King, the negotiation was a 501c that the churches could do that without having any political thought. You could serve the community as you want to, but no more Medgar Evers and Martin Luther Kings. We're not going to give you any tax exempt status for speaking politically and being mobile like you are. We lost. We regressed. Those churches are
in Maryland. They do. In Maryland, they do it. Maybe they might be. They might be. It might be against the law, but I'm saying in Maryland, they do it. I don't know the law that you talking about, but I know in Maryland,
Lyndon B. Johnson.
Look, our churches
Lyndon
and
B.
community
Johnson put into the act that there will be no second Martin Luther
y'all
King.
too stuck on. Like I said, we got a black female mayor in Atlanta. Like they do that here. Like, listen,
if you shoot an unarmed black person,
if you shoot an unarmed black person in Atlanta, you are going to jail.
Right.
Nigga, like the police that did that shit back in the day, nigga. Like the next day, that nigga was fired and arrested. Like, nigga, that shit ain't going down like that here. Now that might not be the same everywhere, but you know what I'm saying. If your situation is 70% or 80%, like it's a lot of shit that y'all ain't doing that y'all need to get on. If y'all got that much control over the voting.
Facts.
If we got that much control over the voting.
If y'all percentage, if y'all 70-80% black, shit, y'all should control everything. Mayor, superintendent, like y'all should have that shit on lock.
Yeah, you know, you could have politics. You can have black people in positions of power, but you know, with the 3 black candidates that you had running, which one did you feel was a black agenda was ready for black agenda for power? That spoke like
You talk about like political activists, but like once you like a mayor, right? You can address some black issues too, true, but you also there for the people, bro. So it can't be Malcolm X on a goddamn man stand. Like that shit ain't gonna work. Cause the white folks will be like, what about me?
Right. You know if it's not as effective, as you give Malcolm and Martin credit for, then you're admitting to the regression. You're admitting that we haven't had a power to move the needle.
Malcolm X was not running for mayor.
He didn't have to. He moved how many black men did he ride? What situation do you see in rising black men out of the prison like that?
He was not running for mayor. Like Malcolm could have never been mayor, but Martin could. Martin Luther King could have been a mayor or governor, but not Malcolm. Like you can't. Like we respect him for being that way, but he wasn't trying to become mayor.
Nah. Malcolm was trying to have his own nation. Malcolm was trying to start a bigger stuff. That's a whole nother what Malcolm was trying to start. But
so I wanted to ask a question about something you said.
Don't disrespect Malcolm.
Something you said earlier. You said something about a slave is cool with scraps. A free man ain't gonna be, they want to be free. They're not gonna accept scraps. Is there any point in history where you feel like blacks were free in this country?
When we were free?
Yes.
No, there's no point.
So if we've never been free, then how would you purport to know how a free man thinks?
How a free man think? By history and examples. Only by history and examples of other free men. Revolutionary thought. Yeah. Other revolutionaries to see with the examples of
But their
freedom.
thought is revolutionary, but they're still slaves according to you.
Still slaves, yeah. But recognizing you're a slave and living as a slave is two different things.
Huh?
Recognizing you're a slave, if you don't recognize you're a slave, you don't know that the spread of chitlins is a bad thing. You appreciate the chitlins and how grandma cooked them. Now you're on a different understanding as a slave. You don't think that's the good end, the high end of the hog. You're not as appreciative.
But do you know
what it's like to be a woman? Do you know what it's like to be a woman?
Never.
Because you've never been a woman, right?
Could never, no, ma'am.
So it goes back to my point. How can you think like a free man if you've never been a free man?
True issue. That's the issue. That's true indeed. I think you point out the issue. I agree with you. You can't. It's hard. It's impossible. But you could read. I think that's the point of reading and seeing that we were bigger than a slave. I think that's the point of why they go back to the origins to tell you were bigger. They didn't take slaves on the ships. They took farmers on the ships. You had land. You was a grown man. Just because you the baby that grew up and saw where the fence he was grown up in, he's a slave. And we are products, a lot of us are products of that. And that's recognizing that different mindset. We have to strive to something that we see bigger and better. If you were the first man, you will fight for it. You're not gonna let him just change your name to Toby. You're gonna take that whooping. That's the fight. That's the struggle in the initial one. The next generation of a slave is not gonna ask is gonna accept a lot more because they're born into it and they don't have to understand it. But we have the ability and education and hindsight to see. That's what history is best afforded to teach us. How other people, the Mexicans come over here and appreciate their Mexican flag and they work and accept less, but they power is in the group, is in group economics, is in paying forward to each other and living off the one card till we could get 10. But keeping the dollar with it, they not gonna talk bad about the worst of them. Donald Trump could shoot somebody on the middle of Main Street, like he said, and the white folks would protect him. He knows he's safe. Black men, Obama knows he can't do that. He's not protected by his people. His people will look at him and judge him worse than the white folks. Obama.
Let me ask you a question. Is there anything you can't do right now?
Me personally?
Yeah.
No, I'm free.
But now you're free.
As free as I know.
I'm done, yo. I'm done. I'm done.
No, I'm free. Progression, nigga.
Yeah. No, do I know I can't.
So you the NOI? You the NOI?
I wish. I used to be.
I know, I can tell, man.
It's levels to this shit.
I can tell, bro.
Is that what you're saying? Is levels?
I can tell.
Look, I know I have limitations. I know I don't have the same ability to do what Trump does and other white businessmen do. But is that gonna stop me from exercising? Why I don't?
Yeah, no, I'm saying like you talk about Oprah's a billionaire, and you talk about the other black billionaire who's in you talk about Rob Johnson, Michael Jordan,
Yeah.
Right. So, and you got millionaires like forget about billionaires. You got many millionaires. Like nothing stops other than just being a failure at what they like. So nothing's gonna stop you for right now, like doing what you want to do in life, right?
That's not to a degree. I'm free to a degree. They free to a degree. Would they still get stopped in their gated community? Will we still be surprised if the police put them?
Hey, so you gotta stop preaching. The Nation of Islam.
I'm sorry.
I love to preach. I know. Okay, now listen, you gotta stop preaching. Like right now. Okay, so what? Okay, do you have any desire? Are you an entrepreneur? Do you have a business right now?
Yeah, I own a barbershop.
Okay, so now, what do you think is stop you from becoming a millionaire by cutting hair?
Black support to franchise.
No, I'm saying like if you were able to, like, let's say you got a loan, like whatever money you wanted to establish, to expand, whatever, different states, and those become successful, right? Wouldn't that just accumulate?
Will my wealth accumulate?
No. Let's say you got a loan to expand, establish salon and barbershops, not outside your city, outside your state, and they were successful. Wouldn't they just collect? Right, they'll collect money, right?
Yes, sir.
So if that money equal to $1 million, you'd be a millionaire, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's very realistic.
That is.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, if I'm a millionaire and I have more money than C.J. Walker had back in 1920, am I still as free?
Well, I wasn't even speaking on the comparison. I was just speaking on 2020.
2020. Do I still have am I still open to get stopped by the police in my BMW as a millionaire? Is my son driving my BMW with his 3 friends and they're still liable to get profiled, stopped, and arrested?
Okay, let me ask you this.
No,
if your son calls you and say, Dad, I'm stopped by a cop because I ain't wearing a seatbelt, do you think your son's gonna be hung?
I think he's gonna be hung?
Yeah. Hello, Dad. I can't find it.
It's a straight up question, though.
Hello, Dad.
Sandra, if I can say Sandra, I don't want to say Sandra Bland, but
here's the problem with your argument. So we're no longer enslaved. Like physical chains on a plantation, that is progress. Now you're confusing that with progress across the board in every area. Racism and systemic racism is still a thing. It does not have to be entirely eliminated in order for progress to have been made. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. Can I ask you a question, sis?
Go ahead.
13th Amendment still authorizes slavery, correct?
Yes.
The 13th Amendment authorized slavery. Who's the most enslaved population today?
Black
it did
men.
what? Hold on. It did what?
Per capita. 13th Amendment still authorizes slavery. Did you know that?
Well, if you get locked up or something, if you commit a crime.
Yeah. Do you feel
but not through birth? Not it's a penalty.
It's a penalty.
Right.
So who's the most enslaved? Who's the most enslaved per capita? Do you agree with the justice system?
Now my question is, how many white slaves did you have during our slavery?
There were white slaves. Yeah, there were white slaves. There were the Irish were enslaved. The Italians were enslaved. If you watch Gangs of New York, yeah, they were
concurrent with
white
our enslavement.
It wasn't the same. That wasn't the same thing.
They go that TV again.
Yeah, that wasn't the same thing.
That's not TV. That's books now. Yeah, and go on to MBK, New Black Knowledge. They'll tell you about the Irish changing into the police. They were enslaved with us, and they were the initial overseers. They were the ones that they had to chase. That was their jobs, but they worked for.
That's called a job, though.
Right.
Well, I mean, slavery. There's different terms.
We want to equate everything to slavery, yo.
And indentured servitude is not slavery.
Right.
Facts.
I tell you, there's white slaves. There were white slaves then, and there are white slaves today. If the 13th Amendment say you're a felon and you're slave, there were white slaves then, there were white slaves today. I'll agree to both of it. But there were different terms. They had indentured servitude. My grandfather was a sharecropper. Is that slavery?
Indentured servitude is not the same as slavery.
Sharecropping was not slavery?
No, it's sharecropping.
Sharecropping, I mean,
it's that's a legal contract. Again, you feel me? Like you entered into a contract.
Then you don't understand the terms of sharecropping. I mean, and what they can take from you, and what the terms of sharecropping. What that's where the unions come from, and people fighting to get out of sharecropping agreements.
I would say it was quasi-slavery. Similar
it's
to
levels,
but it wasn't the same, right? So
is the slavery today the same as slavery back then? The 13th Amendment still say they're enslaved, but it's a different type of slavery. But we are still the most enslaved today, per the justice system, per the felony system. We are the most enslaved per capita per any nation. No nation has more black people enslaved than America. Per their laws, you are a slave when you are a felon. Now we moved it, but where we at? You still slaves. How do you stop your cousin from getting out of that 20-year bid that they gave a white boy that raped the girl behind the dumpster 6 months probation for? A black boy that texts a white girl gets 5 years. you still enslaved. You move the barrel. It's not the same slavery. It's not 1820.
So, but
that's inequality in a justice system. That's
right.
not slavery. Like you using harsh words to explain discrimination and disparities in our legal system. That's what it
harsh
is.
Words.
The
legal system says slavery, not me. The 13th Amendment says slavery. That ain't me changing it. The 13th Amendment is a slave.
But it falls under certain conditions. You have to be in prison, right?
Felony. Right. And how do you get into prison? I mean, how are we locked up? Is it a fair system with people fighting for the innocent project with the guy they just killed in Alabama? Was he supposed to be killed? I mean, come on. It's not a good system. Have we progressed? I don't know.
I will say we've progressed, because if you go back to previous convictions, people weren't even entitled to a fair trial. Now, it's arguable that the sentences are harsher nowadays, and maybe even the jury is skewed. I won't debate that. But
right.
Are we getting fairer trials today than we were getting back then, when we weren't getting no trials? It was straight white men that were racist that, yep, he guilty. I don't care what the evidence says. I don't care what, we don't even need evidence.
But hold on. First off, we have to acknowledge that we retarded, because we was just talking about is black people who don't even know that selling drugs is wrong. So how the fuck can you penalize a person who don't even have the mental capacity to understand that selling drugs is wrong? Even though I don't believe that premise that black people who don't understand that selling drugs is wrong. That's crazy in itself. But then to lock those same people up.
Not today, maybe not, but 20 years ago, yeah, it was a lot of people that just, it wasn't information wasn't as available to them. All they had was their frame of reference, which was their hood. Most black people don't travel out of their state. They don't travel outside of their county. They don't travel outside of their hood. They're limited to what is immediately around them. Now we have people that are ready, that can cross and engage in different social circles because of information and the internet. But
so I definitely believe white people need to build walls up from black people. If we that retarded, you feel me? If we that retarded of a people, and our communities are suffering from the inability to comprehend the basics of selling drugs, is not, then they are right in everything that they do to us, because we ain't even fucking human.
You about to lose your Blackology membership, man.
I lost it too, Shepard. You're 100% right.
Yeah, I just don't even. I live in a city that has open air drug markets. Like, it's just so you can go to any one of those little cats and ask them, and they're gonna be like, yeah, this shit wrong, but I'm out here to get this money. They're gonna have a justification.
Right.
You feel me? But is no way that they're gonna sit there and say that the shit ain't wrong.
I'm talking about now. I'm talking about 20 years ago.
You deserve to be locked up for 40 years. If you think
right, because you slow, you need medicine. You feel me?
If a stripper's daughter is twerking, does she think that's wrong? If a stripper's daughter is twerking on Instagram, does she think that's wrong? Does she think it's immoral?
That's a good point. Hold on, that's a good. You didn't shut me up. You just shut me up. That's a good one. That's a good one. I don't have no answer for that because I never.
If your family sell, my family sold. My uncles had gambling houses. I have uncles that were pimps. If you grow up in that neighborhood and you see how good they live off of it, you don't see the negative until you 20, 30 or coming out of prison and understanding other thoughts, introduced to NOI, introduced to other
I still think that's a level of being like slow. Like
yeah, that definitely is.
I still don't get the fact that you don't know that something is wrong, even though you complacent in it. You can be complacent in something, right? But
you see the effects. Like you see them messed up.
Right. If you can't look at a black community and tell by just looking at it that the drug market is bad. Just look at the effects of it. If you can't see that, what type of people are we talking about?
It's not dead.
I don't understand.
It's not dead.
Does any
I don't know who told you that.
Does any man understand why an abused woman who was abused at childhood would choose an abused husband?
But she still knows she don't like getting her ass beat. She know it's wrong. Just because she's in a mental condition. No, just because she's in a mental condition where she won't move out of it. You feel me? Just because she can justify it in some twisted way, she still knows wrong. Hold on, she still know not to call the police. Hold on, she still won't. Hold on, Doug. She still know not to call the police on her boyfriend that's whooping her ass because he'll go to jail. She know if she know the shit wrong though. I don't get why y'all saying black people don't know selling drugs is wrong.
Again, Sheffrin, if you listen to what I said nowadays, I don't think that's the case. Mm-hmm. I think there's information readily available. People get a chance to hear perspectives all across the board. They're not limited to just their neighborhood. But
I think I'm older than you, Amber.
You may be, but you didn't grow up where I grew up.
Right,
and that's
what I'm saying is
but here's my thing. Different communities have different cultures. Like, you cannot take your knowledge from your frame of reference, your experience, and apply that to everybody. That's the same thing as an American going to another country and saying how they living is wrong. It's a cultural difference. It's a cultural difference. So you can apply
agree with that.
Yeah, you can apply that to everything. Now, again, I'm not saying that it took me to get older and see the effects of it for me to be like, oh, this shit is fucked up. Like, but as a child whose mama was an addict, everybody's mama was a fucking addict. Like, or their daddies was drug dealers. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody, it was a cultural norm. It wasn't anything strange or odd about it.
All right, let me say this. So if that's true, then we can, like Sheffrin just stated earlier, if that's true, then the mind state that they had, the harsh prison sentences are justified. The those putting up gates, white flag, all that stuff is justified. If a human being could think selling drugs, if they can be twisted to think that selling drugs to their own people, not just anybody, period, but your own people, you see the effects. Because if it's that normal and prevalent, that means the hood is screwed up, dilapidated, everything's border houses, all that's going on, right? If that's true, I mean, yeah, that's some serious psychological problems right there, right? So yeah, some extreme means got to be done.
You would lock up your own people. You would lock up your own people, or
and I'm not saying that it's not a psychological problem. I mean, case in point, now you have a whole new wave of new drugs, and it's being rapped about like it is okay. You know, previously being a crackhead, like for our generation, it was like, like, because we've seen what it did to our parents. Nobody will willingly kind of use drugs. We felt above it. You understand what I'm saying? But now you got this new wave where popping pills and sipping lean is like a social thing. It's like a cool thing to do now. So we having this whole wave all over again.
Right. Harsh laws.
When do we ever appreciate drugs in our community? Sing songs about that. That ain't a regression.
It is, but again, that's a regression in values.
I mean, I could point to as many progressions that you had that you can show back in the day. I can agree with any progress that you show. I'm asking for current day examples of it. Well, the progress that we got in the 50s and 60s to change laws and to get this dude off our ass so he ain't running up in our house is valid, but they still, you watch it more on TV now, they still coming at, black folks are still, we fighting because we think, we coming together because we think we have a problem in the community that we need to come together and talk and figure some shit out to still get them off our neck. And I see them on TV now more than I seen them on TV back in the 70s and 80s, where they are shooting black people and not going to jail for it.
Wait, hey, Solo, I have a question for you because I think I'm starting to pinpoint your mentality. Do you have an enemy out here in this world?
Enemy?
Yeah.
Do I have a personal enemy or something?
Or is there an enemy trying to stop you from something?
An enemy trying to stop me from something, like personally? Nah.
No, I ain't say personally, just whatever. Is there an enemy out there that want to stop you from doing something?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. So I feel like I feel like I'm afforded the opportunities that I take advantage of, that I know, that I'm aware of, you know. But I mean, in hindsight being 2020, you look back and say, damn, you know, if I'd have went to that school, if I'd have been this type of educated, if I'd have, you know, now I'm in the road with YouTube and with Google and with books, you know, available like it is now, where I could reference and go back and forth. There's no encyclopedia or school I have to go to get some of this books and knowledge and conversation to move me up or give me different ideas. So I feel like my mobility is moving on a daily. I see other people way higher than I'm at, where I want to be, where that gated community, you know. But even in that gated community, I don't want to be treated like T.I., you know. I still think in that gated community, I'm gonna see a difference without coming together, without having my own community, without having, you know, I see a place that people were trying to go to when they were trying to get their own. When the Mexicans come to Texas and they get their own spot and they turn to Little Mexico, I see the pride, and I want that for Black people, you know. I want somewhere where I'm comfortable for my kids to ride around 3-4 deep. And even if I make a gated community, will I still be as comfortable? I don't think so. You know, I may still have an enemy there.
Just to specify or clarify, T.I. was first apprehended by a Black man. They called police. Right. So it wasn't like the white man really ain't have shit to do with that in that situation. Huh?
He was doing his job. He was doing his job. Yeah. Would he do that job to the other? Are there examples of white, you know, folks on camera like that, white singers, where they get? No, I don't see it. But, you know, it's just what I see. It might happen. There might be some white T.I. that the gated community called on them after they know who they are. You know, I ain't see it, but, you know, that's just T.I. just an example of what I see. Well, that's what's happening currently. There's no regression to that. There's no protection. You know, it happened to Louis Gates.
I got you, Solo. No preaching. But T.I. definitely was caught with a whole bunch of damn guns that could fuel a damn army, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it ain't like to harass somebody who was, you know, clean. Like they found.
What's wrong with guns? That's your Second Amendment. You know how many guns there is in Texas?
Hey, Solo, why did he get?
I mean, you're buying for your security. He's not supposed to buy the guns. He did it wrong with all that money. You don't have to do it like that. That's the not knowing and Negro mentality makes it stupid.
That's why I think he knew. I think, and that was gonna be my next point. Now, what I will say is very regressive and
I hope he didn't know.
Ridiculous is that a lot of Black people will say that they understand the systems. I mean, the traps that the system set up for them. Yet they will still fall into the traps that the system set up for them. So that's where I kind of get confused at, because if you know that the traps are there, why are you still falling into the same traps that you know are there? That's where I feel like the community is extremely remedial.
Yeah, we are remedial. I agree. It's a regression. We don't understand all the traps. We don't. I mean, it took a white boy to tell me I didn't need $100,000 to buy a house. I didn't know. You know, I didn't know I just needed a down payment. I like folks that think like that. Why? Till you get out there and know something different and know what the charge is, till you get acclimated. They want you to get acclimated to the system and know how to be a better criminal, you know. But it's on us to rehabilitate them. If you want to rehabilitate, it's on slavery or on rehabilitation. Do you have empathy? They have empathy for theirs. They take theirs. They cause drug problems. When you're on drugs and you don't know no better, we gonna change the laws and get you a drug program. That's what we crying about the white folks doing now. They wasn't doing that for us, but we steady see them doing that for them on opiates. They care. They have for the ones that don't know, we gonna bring you up. We're gonna teach you and put you on. You know, our slave to slave mentality is that I'm better. I know more than you. How you don't know what I know, you know? But you were sitting next to Master. You heard Master talk about it. You got the inside info. You know, Master had a couple babies with your mama that he putting you on, you know? So either you know to take that put on and go somewhere, or but we have a different issue to fight, you know? Ours is different. It's a free black man and it's a slave black man, and both of them want two different things. The slave black man just appreciative to eat at the table. The free black man that knows freedom wants a piece of the pie, wants ownership. And it's two different balls to move. It is. But to one, it's regression. If you're not steady moving the ball to political and economic and personal power, it's regression. I don't care if you let me spend money with you. Gucci don't need my money. You know, I could care less. I hope they wish they were still segregated and I could only buy what called Kanai or something like that. That's power. You ignorant if you think it's otherwise. You know, they don't have to teach that to the Asian people. They know it. They send their money back to Asia.
Important
they
question.
send their money to Mexico. They spend with each other. Mexicans only buy Volkswagens because it's made in Mexico.
So
Chinese only buy. Yeah.
So
preaching.
You said segregation a few times, right? So you obviously believe segregation is better than integration, right? Just quick question. I mean, quick answer. Nothing preachy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now, okay, I'm not going to argue that. I just want to say, in your segregated state, do you believe you should do any business with Europeans at all, or just no? What's up with that?
Oh, Europeans, Chinese, and Mexicans, Indians. You could find a Cape Verde, Australians, wherever you find the product cheaper, you deal with them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to know how straight.
That's business.
Yeah, I just want to know how
business
you would be. Okay. So now, so going back, let's say the 30s, 1930s, when blacks had their own business, correct? So where did they get the money from to start their business? On average.
On average.
Yeah.
On average, there was, I mean, they had black entrepreneurs and black people had to be specialists in certain areas. I think back then it was the steel workers and the construction guys that was able to build and got the money.
Right. So they end up stacking their dough, correct?
For sure.
All right. So now in 2020, you can go get a loan, like some advancement, correct?
Can you?
Well, yeah. Many people got businesses. They got a loan, business loan.
Are they term? Are they equal sentence to loans and disparaging sentence to loans and how they approach it?
Solo, I'm just going somewhere. I'm saying you can't get it.
Okay, my bad.
My whole point.
You can.
Okay, cool.
You can.
So it's easier to run your business and get it going when you got an advancement or the advance instead of somebody start with their own pocket money, correct?
It's easier, yes, sir.
Okay. So that's progression. If somebody can spot you some money and say, go get started, pay me back later, as opposed to somebody they got to save up 8-10 years worth of their own money to start their business. You have an 8-10 year head start, and that's why white folks were so successful, because they had that advancement, that advanced money from slave labor.
Can you point to that? Can you show me an example of black with mobility through loans, where black people are afforded the type of loans that white folks are afforded to attain the businesses or wealth in any area?
Hey, Solo, so you might want to remember this. I don't think anybody on this panel in this chat is acting like things are even or equal between whites and blacks as far as what you're talking about.
How can you make it an example of progression if we're not doing it?
Because it was always black versus blacks. That's why I pointed that earlier.
Always black versus.
Right, because
always black versus black.
Yeah, we're comparing our state in 1900s to our state in the 2000s. We're saying, are we better off now than we were then? Sorry.
In 18 after Reconstruction, we're building schools. We're building black towns where our mobility is to the fact we're looking and saying we need black institutions to educate our kids, and we're building them. And I name another black institution that's similar to any small HBCU that we built as a collective. That we've located any type of resource. There's all kind of Jewish money out there ready to give us to rap about selling dope to our people, which we've never done before, which is also a regression. I'm sorry, I thought it was regression. But to white money, the white money that we was getting to help build those institutions back then, why can't we get it today to build bigger or better institutions than Tuskegee?
Hey, brother, I think that's your personal goal So you should go.
No, you pointed to it. You pointed to institutions we built back then. So I'm saying it has to be a regression if you don't see continuous.
No. I point out businesses. I never see institutions.
I don't expect nothing out of niggas who don't even know selling drugs wrong. Like, I can't build nothing with them type niggas. Like, they need medication.
But the problem is that people keep making the excuse that they can't build with certain Black people. Like, first off, you should be starting with you should be starting with your immediate circle anyway.
Yeah,
the people around you should be like
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Even if they don't know, right? Even if they don't know that something is right or wrong as far as like drug selling, you could still find a way to work with them and possibly.
If that nigga don't know selling drugs wrong, he gonna kill me.
Did Bumpy Johnson sell drugs?
Here's my thing. Disregard the guy that don't know that selling drugs is wrong. If you don't want to work with him, you ain't got to. But there are other people that do know that selling drugs is wrong. So you got a starting base there.
I'm willing to work with y'all.
But my question is, why people constantly make this excuse like everybody in the Black community gonna be on the same page? It's unrealistic.
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Facts.
Solo's headed towards that route where Black folks gonna get their own nation.
No, that never was my argument, Amber. I know you can organize like-minded people. I already know that.
So the point of talking about not working with people who didn't know their drug, it's a moot point because you don't even need them.
Facts. You need them away from you. Need the police for niggas like that. Because they gonna hurt you.
Hell yeah.
Only if you put yourself in a company.
Yeah, we got
most of the affordable real estate is in their areas. You feel me? Like so
you do what the white man do. You do what the white man do. Buy the real estate and make it where they can't afford it and force them out. That's what you do.
Wait, it depends what type of loan you get, because you might be required to live there a year or 3 to 3.
The FHAs, the first time home on the programs through HUD, they make you live in those areas. But that's the whole thing. You don't have to buy it as a home.
You
can act like that's your residence. You can just get mail sent there. You don't have to live there. There's ways around that shit.
Right. Well, yeah. But if you wanted to make it look good without any problems, you might want somebody to live there.
Yeah, you can just get a piece of mail, sit there and act like that's your residence. And you can rent it out, actually. You know what I mean? But
or you can buy it on a commissioner's tax sale and you ain't got to live there at all.
The requirement, well, I don't know about your state, so I don't know how it works. But I thought, not an expert, but I thought that that when you buy the home under FHA, that you couldn't rent it out. Like you couldn't make it for profit. It had to be like you living there, and then for whatever.
Yeah, if it's not an investment, if it's not an investment property, and you want certain loans, you can fix the property up. Yeah, you gonna have to make that a residency for a certain amount of time. But look, I'm biased. What I'm saying is ways around that. You can basically get a piece of mail sent there and say it's your residence. And you can rent it out to somebody else. You don't have to stay there. It's just how it looks on paper.
But what I'm saying is, that's if you're trying to do something on your own strength, right? If you got a group of 10, 15 people putting money in a pot, you can purchase it as an investment property, and ain't nobody got to live there.
And you ain't got to go through several,
and ain't nobody got to live there.
Yeah, but hold on. But the reason why people go to the FHA loan because they get so much up front, and they only put like 10,000 down, something like that. But without that, you're right. You can do it as an investment. You put more money down. So like you said, with a group, you might want to go with the investment thing. But by yourself, if you're trying to get to the game by yourself, the FHA might be your best option because you put less money down.
Facts. Sound like it worked the same way pretty much everywhere. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of loopholes here and there. Might be different, but it's the basic overall state to state.
Yeah, but the point is that house you buying gonna be in that hood. That's the point. It's gonna be where don't know what selling drugs is bad. That's
right, and they ain't gonna respect your property at all.
But the point y'all missing that I'm making is you don't even have to buy these homes where you need loans from the bank. You can buy a straight tax sale. It's yours, straight tax sale, or commissioner's tax sale, which is a shorter process. So you don't even need these loans from these large companies. We talking 900.
You can do it out of pocket, right?
No, but what I'm saying is the average. I mean, who can do that? We're talking about, like, you know, you're gonna put some. First of all, I don't think that's even wise to put all your money down, something like that. You would want to get.
She ain't say that. She ain't say that.
That's not what
She
I
said they have tax sales where, like, if a person got a lien on their property, you could buy the lien from the county or the city that owns the lien.
Right, the tax.
You can buy the property for that lien amount.
Now look,
you feel me?
I'm gonna say this. I got books on that outside of polite, and they said, like,
hold on, you got a polite real estate book? I'm sick of you.
Outside of polite, even though that's true, they said that rarely happens.
Yeah, because people will redeem their property.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you now, in Gary, it's not a rarely thing. In Gary, when you buy it, you damn near gonna get the property. Because we're talking people who don't have the means to get it off a tax sale.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson from Gary, Indiana.
You said, huh?
Ain't Michael Jackson from there?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's these different areas where the property values are extremely low, and you can snatch up whole blocks cheap as hell. If it's 10, 15 people, you know, investing, you can snatch up. I mean, I watched on our public access channel, I watched an Indian guy. He purchased 2 buildings, not a house, 2 whole buildings for under $500.
Commercial.
And then he got a 4-year tax abatement on each. So he didn't even have to pay property taxes for the first 4 years that he owned it.
They were commercial properties?
Yeah.
Dang.
So that's
crazy.
Yeah, that was probably a ghost town.
But that's what I'm saying. So it's a lot of white people coming from Chicago buying up property in Gary because it's been slept on so long. A few people bought it. They're like, oh, this shit, and they telling their buddies. So white people are coming back to Gary, even if they're not coming to live. They're coming to fix up
to
homes.
Invest.
You know, they're coming to buy up the commercial real estate. They're just coming back because Black people in the community just not own. And I tried to help a few, you know, dealers that I know. Y'all got this bread, buy some of this property, you know, fix it up. But I mean, it takes like-minded people to do shit like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you have a lot of well, not a lot, but you have, you know what I mean, you got Black folks out here trying to make those moves as well. I follow a lot of them, the house flipping guys, Ty Corbett, Jay Morrison, and a whole bunch of others, few others online trying to create that wave. So you're right. But it takes, you know what? We are afraid of the hard work, because even the tax deed, tax lien, to get in that, like, that's like a good, you know, to understand what's going on, because there's a lot of, you can get screwed in that thing too. So like, you got to know, because you can put a tax lien on, I heard from like a building that's like no good. So because you're not allowed to do what you can do when you're trying to buy a home. You can't like go inside and check it out. That you can't do that in tax deeds, tax lien. You just got to look at, observe it, and then decide you want to put, you know, invest in that. But that thing could be no good. So that just, my whole point is there's some, you know, there's a risk.
Yeah, you definitely have to have contingency money for, you know, to rehab. You definitely have to have that. Like, it ain't like these properties are ready to go.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying.
But no, yeah, no, I'm not. I know. I'm saying, like, I'm just saying for those who want to get into that, it's going to take some real effort. It's not going to be something you just, oh, that looks cool. No, it's going to take real effort. You got to put some time and invest in that and make sure you're going to do it right. And that's going to be, you know, you got to want to do it. But I don't think we're like collectively, this goes to solo. I don't think we are collectively on it like that. That hard work, we are gone.
Man, I wish I could find the Facebook video. It was this guy on Facebook that was talking about it, because he's from Gary. And he was talking about how it was a dilapidated house next to him. And it was like fucked up. So like one day, you know, I guess it must have been after the time period expired, because there is a time period. It's a different time period for just a straight tax deed and then a commissioner sale. I think commissioner sale is like 3 months. I want to say the tax deed is like 9 months. So you purchase the property, but you don't have any rights to it because there's still that redemption period. So, right. You know, after that redemption period, then you have, you know, your actual deed, and you can go in and look at the property, see what you need, whatever. But what he was saying is, I guess, you know, it was some Mexicans that purchased the house. So they came, they looked at the house, you know, said what's up to them, whatever, went on about their business. He said about 2 days later, they came back it was like 15 of them, like 15 in the middle of the night. So he's like, what y'all doing? They're like, oh, we finna work on the house. He said, so the dude invited him in to see what the house looked like before. He's like, it was trash. I'm talking about it was, you know, shitty. He said, by the time I woke up the next morning, I'm coming out the house. They just loading up for the day. He said they had whole walls torn out and put back up like in a day. Like they spent all night rehabbing that shit and trying to turn the property over so they could start making profit. Yeah. Now I've seen Black people invest in, you know, the little tax sales, but the problem that they run into is they try to get their homeboy who don't have a track record for completing shit. And you know, I mean, for real. And it's not to say that you can't work with people, but you have to make sure that the people you align yourself with got the same work ethic that you do.
Goal oriented.
Yeah, goal oriented.
You need goal oriented people. I'm big on that.
Yeah. But I mean, it brought him to tears. He was just like, man, why we can't do shit like this? Like, why we can't, like, I don't have 10, 15 people that I could reach out to and say, I bought this property and we need to get it together. He said, I don't have that. I don't think I got 3 people that I could reach out to and say, this is what I'm trying to do.
It's important to network. You got to get out there and meet people.
Yeah. Gotta get away from them niggas you're around. They in that situation because they comfortable with it.
Because that's actually shameful to not have more than 3 people. Like, I couldn't imagine myself being there. I know so many people because I'm out there talking and network. I know your network is your net worth. So I'm out there meeting people and trying to see how they can help me and I can help them building something, you know? So yeah, like you got to get away from those dudes that ain't about shit. Period.
Have y'all heard of barn dominiums?
What?
You said cargo miniums. What?
Yeah. Barn dominiums. Have you ever heard of a barn dominium?
Wait, don't say it too loud. My man gonna take credit for that.
Polite gonna jump on. Yo, he supposed to be debating tonight. You do Ark Muhammad, don't he?
It's about 8 o'clock. Now listen.
Ark Muhammad gonna scrape him. Watch.
I would say polite. I don't think he's gonna do well because he does not know a doctrine like that.
Right. I think Ark Muhammad, he got that rhetoric, yo, and he got that swag, yo. He gonna be talking
Muhammad, the guy that was on the other day. Yeah. That was talking about, I don't care what niggas.
Yeah. He gonna talk greasy to polite.
Yeah.
That nigga crazy.
Hey, but Solo, go ahead and make your point about the barn dominiums.
Cargo miniums.
No, it's different. It's different from cargo miniums. Barn dominiums in Texas. If you look it up in Texas, they selling barn dominiums, which include 15 acres, a pond, and wildlife on your land for between 50,000 and 100,000 square feet. For 50,000 to $100,000, they're giving you 5 to 15 acres, guaranteeing you wildlife and water and land. The white folks are buying these barn dominiums, which what they'll do is they'll set up 3,000 or 4,000 square foot steel frame wherever you like on that 15 acres. They'll give you one steel frame up to 3,000, 4,000. It's called a barn dominium because the white folks are building their own cities out here in Texas and moving out and grabbing 5 to 15 acres a piece for between $50,000 and $100,000, taking like a $200,000 loan from the bank and building a 4,000 square foot, however they want to, they get their own blueprint for like $100 to get them a 20 by 20 bathroom. And if you go out in the country, they build in their own, they have their own volunteer firefighter. They build their own small towns and steady expanding. And they still selling them now outside of Dallas, outside of Fort Worth. It wouldn't take but 10 Black people to get over 100 acres for less than $1 million. At 100,000 a piece. Everybody buying affordable property, $50,000 to $100,000. You can have 5 acres. But barn dominiums down here is real. If people wanted to start town,
yeah, that's definitely sound good. But you ain't getting me to move out of these well-developed cities out in the country. Like that ain't even. You feel me? We done help build these cities. They got infrastructure. You feel me? Hospital. Like I'm not trying to be off the grid. You feel me? That's some white people shit.
Yeah.
They waiting for you to get off the grid so they can leave your ass there.
The farm subsidies they give you for putting one cow on your land and making it a farm pays for the thing itself, pays for the whole property itself. They build in their own town. They build in sundown towns in Texas where you drive through them small county roads. That is your ass. That will be you know where not to go in Texas in the middle of the night. But for all the progress that we have and I'm just going back to progress. What is the bar that you're trying to attain? Because there are white folks that are buying property and starting new towns and having their own volunteer firefighter, moving their hospitals and putting everything in little small towns that we say we can attain. And I'm just saying, I see a higher bar. You see movement in certain areas. I see that we could attain a town, that you could make it sundown to white folks and black folks if you choose to. However you want to put your demographic.
But check it out.
But
I think these cities are well developed, and we already dug down here. Everything is accessible to us. We just need to do better. Like she was just telling us how to purchase properties from like, yo, everything is in the cities that we already live in. You telling a poor people to basically go start their own town in 2020. That's like
no, I'm just saying, I'm saying
that's a recipe
there's
for
a bar.
disaster.
I'm saying there's a bar, and you have to choose your bar. And I have no problem with choosing an inner city bar where you purchase. If I was in New Orleans, I would agree with her program and buy up parts of the lower ninth ward and dilapidated area to live next to whomever. If my neighbor is a drug dealer, I'm gonna be associated with him and let him know the times where we could do business, or the police is not coming. But white folks live next to mafia bosses. White folks live comfortable next to people that the Kennedys were bootleggers, and white folks knew it and nobody told on them. And they happy to have him in their gated community. But I'm saying he's black, and he has such a problem with drug dealers and certain black people that you choose not to live. But that may be the person to help you buy that property. That may be the network system that you passing up. And that's what other cultures don't do. The mafia works with everybody in the Italian culture, including the Pope and the Vatican. The church don't have a problem with them. They help them hide them for years. So it's our ignorance to what level we want to have. They use the resources that you have, black or white. A black drug dealer is a resource. If he knows how to get money and pull it to the community better than you.
No, black drug dealer is a goddamn blight.
Money laundering, dude.
A black drug dealer is a problem.
You feel me? A black drug dealer works for a white drug dealer that lives in a better neighborhood than both of y'all.
Look, the black drug dealer is the one selling the drugs in the black community.
Lives in a better
The black drug dealer is the ones that sanctioning murders in his own community.
Chef. So really, what needs to be done is you tell the black drug dealers, you're not selling this shit in our community. Take that shit to the white community. Take that shit to the white community. Make your money there. Because I don't think a lot of black people would have an issue with drug dealers if they wasn't selling to their own people.
Exactly.
I just don't believe that. If they were still making that money and selling to white folks, nobody would have a problem with the shit.
But yeah.
So it goes back to the code in the black community. It goes back to the value system.
I just don't, and I agree with you, Amber. I just don't see the good of it in our community at all. If a drug dealer was able, now I know successful drug dealers who was able to get their own trucking companies and everything, but that's a personal gain versus how much devastation they cause in one community. So if it's for this dude to have upward mobility, but tear down 20 blocks worth of people, that shit just ain't good to me.
Yeah, like, the trade-off is not worth it. I understand what you're saying.
Jay-Z used to be a drug dealer, now he a billionaire. That's good for him and his family. But look at the amount of families he fuck around and help destroy. So how do black people benefit from Jay-Z being a drug dealer and being a billionaire now? Like, we didn't benefit from that. He did. You feel me? But the black community didn't benefit from that. So
I definitely agree. I'm not disagreeing with you there.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, you definitely make a good point.
So be very careful to say, like, when we say Italians, be very careful because you indicted the whole damn race. Not anybody. I'm just saying that was the problem with Louis Farrakhan when he went on like these talk shows, or Dr. Khalid Muhammad, those like general broad statements, they brought back to them. You know, they indicted the whole race for like a small percentage of them.
Right.
So you know, and they don't ever let you go. Everywhere you go, they're gonna bring that back up. Or answer to this, and they all struggle. No matter how brilliant they were, they struggled with those questions.
But much of what I will say is, white people, and I'm gonna generalize it, they have made money and built institutions and economic structure off of illegal shit, drugs, bootlegging, slavery. And then once it no longer benefits them and they don't need it no more, then they turn it to, see, this is wrong and we shouldn't do this, and blah, they skippy woo woo. Like, at the end of the day, we could say that it's wrong, but point to me where white people have done everything wholesome. And not to say that we should fashion ourselves after white people, but let's not be
slavery.
but let's not be naive in thinking that they were able to do all of this shit successfully. See, we trying to do what they do on a clean scale, on a clean slate. As long as we trying to play clean and not play dirty, we would never amass what they have amassed, because the reality is a lot of the shit that they did illegally. They didn't do it on the up and up.
So let's take white folks out. Chinese, Indians, and everybody that's come over here. They're not selling drugs, and they're not legal now.
They may not be, but they're not coming over here in struggle mode either. They got somebody that
they organize better. The same thing we need to do. Organize better. We don't have to sell our people out for progress.
And I don't think so either. But you have to also recognize too that they have a nation that they're engaged with. You understand what I'm saying? When they come here, they're not coming here just on their own strength. We are our nation, and we all are here. We don't have nobody that we are bartering with. We don't have nowhere where we're
sound like we're in a better situation.
Nah, okay, we got this thought that they come over here rich. That's false.
No, it's not that they come over here rich, but it's that they're able to invest in they're able to work in our system, get money from our economic system, and then purchase things from their economic system and fuel their economic system back home.
Wait, what you mean working our economic system and get money from ours? What do you mean by that?
So like if you go to an Asian market, or if you go to a Spanish market, bodega, whatever, what have you, 9 out of 10, you're gonna see a lot of items in their shit that they're not getting from producers over here. They're buying shit from their nation. They're getting goods from out of their country of origin.
I don't know about that. Yeah,
you say you don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Chinese trade. Hell yeah.
Wait, so you're saying that the Indians that come over here, that they supply their neighborhoods from stuff from India?
Yeah. A lot of the shit, a lot of the shit that they sell, especially if they have like a community store where it's
for their needs.
Yeah. At the end of the day, they'll have their businesses, because let's consider they work as a community, right? So they'll have their businesses where they serve the general public. They may have their restaurant where everybody coming in.
I don't have I'm missing something. Like I made a video that some years ago that I could play it right now of the Indian towns. Like they all don't have businesses. They're like us. They got some who work. Matter of fact, so many to ask me.
I didn't say that they all had businesses.
Okay.
But they do have businesses where they service the general public, right?
Right, but a lot of them are unemployed and looking for work. I had somebody ask me about temp agencies like that. A lot of them are really doing bad.
Is that anecdotal or is that all around? Are all Asians doing bad? Are all Mexicans doing bad?
I'm thinking.
And she was talking about the Asians that are doing good. They're purchasing from India. They're purchasing from Indian dealers. That's how you get beaties and little Indian cigarettes in your corner store. Or China, if they Chinese, they buying. You don't see Chinese driving nothing but Nissans and Chinese name cars. Okay, they only purchase from over there.
Well, because I said Indians, I said both, but I'm focused on Indians. What about what cars do they drive?
Indians, when they sell you, why do you think you get little beaties? Where do you think they pack them little beady cigarettes that they had smoking in the blacks? They were buying from Indian wholesalers and Indian dealers. And if they have a connect on
on gases through their Indian connects, but they coming to the connected or coming over here and using Indian connects we don't have. She's speaking facts on that.
Okay.
Chinese are using Chinese connects that they have for purchasing. They buying cheap over there. And hair products, you go on to Alibaba, all your hair products coming from China.
Solo. Okay, so in Rutgers University, college, right? You have a bunch of Indians in school getting education. There was never a bunch of black people in college trying to get education.
Never.
It went to India.
Never.
Right. No, that thing was never populated by black folks. Right now, our Indians are in there heavy as hell. From white to Indian.
Right.
So they got to work hard. So they got businesses. I don't see that. They all in college. They're going to school. They're paying for tutors. They're doing necessary things to prepare them for what you guys saying that we need.
She was talking about industry and connects. When you have a connect to industry in another country, you have different resources.
What in my statement said that they don't go to school, they don't get education? What in my statement said that?
No, because your statement said that they have businesses, so it almost appeared like they all just have businesses.
We can do. The point is, we can do all the shit that they doing.
That's like saying we don't have businesses because everybody don't have businesses. Me saying that they have business, they do have businesses. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but when you say they, that word they.
Yes, they have businesses.
We're talking about
just like you say, well, black people are doing good. It's not all black people doing good, but you mean some people are doing good and you paying attention to those some people, right?
I never said black people. What are you talking about?
You said there's nobody holding black people back.
Right.
Right.
Right. That's true. But when I said black folks are doing good, then that was a straight lie. I never said that. Okay,
so nobody's holding black people back, but black people aren't doing good.
Yeah, they hold themselves back. We just point that out. We just point that out. Nothing is, they're free. Nothing is stopping them. That's the point.
So
you do have things stopping you.
Oh shit.
Here we go.
You do have to. What you missing? The black people, Amos Wilson, and this was what Maya spoke to. When Amos Wilson speaks to black people coming out of college with business degrees, a Chinese person coming out of college with a business degree is able to go link up with the other Chinese business to go get their resources from China. You have no resources to link up with to get. Once you get that certificate to put you into business mobility, you don't have the same Indian resources that the Indian kid coming out of school has to go back to India and say, I'm ready to open that business. I'm ready to get my line of credit. I know
you shouldn't have got a business degree. You shouldn't have got a business degree.
Know
the industry that you're getting into.
So in essence,
you're limited.
So in essence, I'm biased.
You think going to college is enough, but going to college and getting a business degree is not enough in a market where you have no connects or place to hire you for that management. That is just a placement for the white folks and Asians to go into and to show the documentation they need to get to that position that you don't have. True. But
so
that's part of the power that we lack.
So in essence, I'm biased. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So in essence, I'm biased. What you're saying is the fact that black people aren't doing good is pure laziness. Is that what you're saying?
That's what you just said. You just said that.
You said black people stopping black people. How?
Yeah. Well, no, you're stopping yourselves. Right now, we got all this time. I made this point to Party last night. We got all this time. Matter of fact, I wish I saw my camera right now. I'm reading while I talk to you guys. So
black people stopping black people in my neighborhood.
So right now I'm reading as I talk to y'all. Right now, I'm reading a book. You know, how many black people right now are taking this advantage? There's 4, 5, 6, and I'm not. If you are, but 6 months we will know, right? We will know about who took advantage of the 6 months time. This break, whatever it is, vacation, and who didn't. You just said somebody said there's a lot of ass shaking. There's a lot of drug selling. That's not taking advantage of opportunities.
But that's not everybody.
I know.
So again,
stopping black folks though.
You said black people are stopping black people. That's what you just said. You said black people are stopping black people.
Right, so if I sell you crack, you're gonna go get high, and I might get locked up. We just stop each other from progressing.
So okay. So my question is, what about other black people who aren't smoking crack, who aren't shaking their ass, and who are trying very hard and still aren't progressing? So what is stopping them? Nobody has to be physically at the door stopping you. So what do you propose is stopping these people?
You said trying hard. That's subjective. What is trying hard to you?
Going to college, getting the education, being qualified for the job, applying for the job, and still getting disqualified as a candidate over less qualified white people.
Well, I do know this. I do know that a lot of Black folks get degrees that there's no jobs in.
Mm-hmm.
But I just said they're qualified to do the job that they applied for, yet they're being looked over less qualified white candidates.
I don't know anything about that.
Never seen it. Never heard of it.
It's possible.
It's possible. It's a rumor.
Is it probable?
It's actually an empirical study, actually.
Michelle Alexander.
Yeah, what's wrong with Michelle Alexander? You don't read that book? You don't read Black Author books?
Oh, first of all, I got more books than you, for one. And I definitely got
You don't know that. Why would you say that? How would you know that?
So name a book and
would you know?
book review right now. Name a book.
I got that book.
What's wrong with Michelle's book? You read Michelle's book. What's wrong with hers?
I got her book, and we could do a review of her book right now. We could see who knows what.
Amber just stated a fact and you spit it out. What's wrong with it?
Okay.
What's wrong with Michelle's book?
Because you could throw out facts from a book, but the author gives an opinion out of it. The opinion, like how Dr. Mayat read, she read Dr. Carl, right? She just read his opinion. Okay, that's his conclusion off the facts. That doesn't mean that's necessarily true. He could be biased, which he is. Like he's a segregationist or separatist. So yes, he is biased in his conclusions. And Michelle said she was a defense lawyer against she was a lawyer trying to working for like Black folks who was like being pretty much harassed by police officers. So she had like a little bias.
We act like other people don't experience problems in certain industries. You feel me? Like just imagine an Asian trying to get into the NBA. He could call that racism because of the disparity of the amount of, you know what I mean, of Asians that's not in the NFL or the NBA. You feel me? When hold on, when it's already is like you say Black people go get a business degree and then it's damn near worthless because his community don't have their own. That's the reason why a business degree is worthless in the Black community, because Black people don't have their own businesses. So it's not even a profitable degree to go get. You feel me? Go into another industry. You feel me? It's other people who have hard times getting into certain industries because of their community. But they smart enough not to do that dumb shit. You feel me? Like it's nothing stopping Black people from going into science and mathematics. They rather go get a business degree because the shit easy. You feel me? The shit easy. You know what I mean? Where the Asians and them dominating technology. Dr. Mayat teach at a school right down the street from me, right? Got a super engineering department. Is a Black motherfucking historically Black college and is booming. Guess who all of the people in there in the engineering department? You see Asians in them in there in a Black fucking college. You feel me? Them Black people in there taking dumbass business degrees that ain't gonna help them. General study because they don't want to take the math. The shit is hard for us. Like so, we do the shit to ourselves. You feel
what
me?
Industry is open for you in mathematics? What industry is open for you in science and mathematics that's Black? What industry?
If your math scores, who wouldn't take you?
But let's just clarify. There is some definite advanced math required in business. So I don't want you to misconstrue that business is easy. It's not. Business and finance does require complex math as well.
Yeah, but it's not scientific math. It's like that's
actually it is.
What statistics
business
and
economics is a scientific.
Right.
Okay.
Business economics.
I won't argue that.
So my question would be, why do people become barbers and hairstylists? Because it's easy, right?
Yeah.
Not because it's easy, because it's a Black industry. It's an industry with Black ownership where you could get hired if you're good at it.
So much.
No, it was easy for me because I'm an artist. I draw.
It's oversaturated. Do you have one Black franchise? Is there one Black franchise? It's oversaturated, but you have no Black franchises in the major part of the industry.
Right. So,
nonsense
but do you
matters
think?
today.
But do you think that would be
Reg-
more
regression.
profitable overall if Black people were to just franchise in this industry and not have these little shops here, little shops there, these individually owned?
If you
Is
were,
that something
I don't
that
think it would be
help,
in my city. It wouldn't.
come
be
on, I can tell you how to be profitable. Yes, it would be profitable if you took the biggest branded barber and you help brand his name and you help promote him with a nationwide franchise that you can control the rate of your cuts and the cost of your cuts at that franchise. You don't have to cut for $20 if you build a brand and help support
we
a
don't
Black
cut
brand.
for $20, but go ahead.
Well, you know, there's an average cut in every city. I'm sure you know $20 barbers. So if you franchise, you could set the rate, no doubt, and make it. The reason you're charging more than 20, 25, 30, 40 is because of your brand and how it's built. If you franchise it, which we don't have, but if you franchise it and help build the brand nationwide, you can demand your cost for that franchise. You can set the rate and say, we got the best. We build our own clippers. This is all we use. This is our only product. And you can expand on the brand. But no, only white folks are doing it. They have super cuts, pro cuts, all kind of, they doing $50 shaves at auto grooming for white folks. You can't charge that because you don't set your brand. You have nothing to charge it to guarantee folks that this is what you're gonna give them every time they come into that business. What industry with science and math do you have to give them that? There's no place you could just go and walk in Black industry and say, I have this degree. They're only gonna pluck you if you are the 4.5 genius to head anything with them. But where are you guaranteed a job? With any degree. What industry is set guaranteed for you, like it would be for the Indian if he goes into oil and gas, like it would be for the Chinese if he goes into business marketing. He's set up with a network to get him the industry to get him the product that he needs to come over here and rape us.
Huh?
What do you mean?
You just went somewhere else.
Oh, for the business to rape you?
No,
it was a figure
you was
of speech.
on the roll until you said to come over here and rape us. Like I was with you. I was following your line of reason.
Yeah, rape our community business wise. They sell you stuff they wouldn't sell each other, and they sell you trash. And the lowest part in each one of their stores, in any Indian or Chinese.
Why wouldn't they sell that? Hold on. Why wouldn't they sell that to each other?
It's
but
not
even
that they
still,
don't sell to each other.
We have to take responsibility as consumers.
Right.
So in your area, does the Chinese store in your...
If those beaties are made in India, right? If those beady cigarettes are made in India, you think Indians are not smoking them? You think it's not Indians in India selling those to other Indians?
Yes.
Are we tripping? Like, what would be the point?
No. There's African chew sticks you could get from Africa. What network do you have to get them at a cheaper rate? There's different shit you could, there's different stuff you could get. You wouldn't, but there's a market somewhere for every place. What connection do you have with beaties, chew sticks, Chinese cookies, anything? What connection do you have in business to go get a cheaper rate for any of that product? That's what they have that you don't.
I'm sure you can make those connections. A business person, if they we acting like it's not available.
No, I'm not saying it's not available. I'm saying pretty much they come with they supply chain already set up.
Yeah, they organize better. They have better organization. I totally agree.
Yeah,
we're out organized.
I'm not saying it can't be done. I've seen people do it, but what I'm saying is it's not. And even still, like he said, it's not like they're purchasing from people that they know, relationships that they've established most of the time when they come over here. You understand what I'm saying? I may be moving to America, but I got an uncle that got a market back in China where I can get my supply from. You understand? So he's helping me and I'm helping him. It's not like that. Like even when we do have a supply chain, we're not benefiting off the profit that they make in no way.
Agree.
I think that's from us being we out organized. That's, you know what I mean? Like you can't speak to that enough. You feel me? Like
you can if you speak to what Marcus Garvey was trying to do and give the nation connect. That's regression from what Marcus Garvey was trying to do instead of national businesses.
But here's the thing, and here's what I'm trying to say. If a lot of people are arguing that Africa has all the resources, we need to build up Africa, we need to build up America, we need to, like this whole Pan-African mindset, then one of the ways we should start doing that is by trying to establish supply chains on the continent. That way one hand washes the other. I'm getting what I need to, to grow my business here, and I'm feeding you back home. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, and that's what I'm saying. China is able to kind of expand their market by having people here that's doing business in America, and they're getting their product from China. I'm pretty sure it's the same with India, Mexico, same thing. If we were able to establish connections on the continent for our businesses here, instead of getting our products from China or getting our products from India, then we would be able to help sustain Africa, where they could grow their economy, where they could grow, in infrastructure. But the governments are contracting with them, and it's government to government, and the people aren't seeing nothing from it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, and I think that's Africa's problem, right?
It is an Africa.
If Africa have the resources and they have their own government, and they know that they have a consumer-based society of Black people in America, it should be on them to build that fucking, because it would be more beneficial to them to build that. You know what I mean? Like,
but that's the whole thing. Their government is crooked too, just like how we saying we're oppressed by our government. Problem. They feel like they're oppressed by their government as well. So it's the people trying to affect change. You know what I'm saying? So
we gonna eat regardless over here. They got whole of it, so it should be more on them to build the industry and connect with the African American community, because America is a consumer-based society. From what I know, you feel me? All products are sold here. All we do is consume. You feel me? And we have the buying power to consume. So if they can produce products in Africa, then it would be advantageous for them to create that market. You feel me? Like that so what the fuck is wrong with the African? That's my issue. You feel me? What the fuck is wrong with the African?
Good point.
Like, what am I missing? Everybody talk all this shit about Africa. What is wrong with the African? He has a whole community of people who think we African. We love them. You feel me? I just don't get it. China don't leave their people behind. You feel me? They know they have a consumer-based society over here. They make sure their products pass FDA and everything else to make it to the American market. Yep. Why the fuck Africa don't do the shit? Y'all just raised the question that I think somebody need to deal with that.
Solo.
Again, passing the buck.
What'd you say, Rock?
All right, now I guess
answer that question.
Again, Amber was speaking. Go ahead, Amber.
I was just saying, passing the buck. It's easy to say why they not doing this, why they not doing that, and
they have the resources.
I'm talking about natural resources. They don't have the resources as far as freedom and government. They don't necessarily got it like that.
Oh, I was talking about their government. I was talking about their government.
But again, the government is crooked. That's just like why we. It's government. You understand what I'm saying? As long as they eating, they don't give a fuck about the people. I mean, that's just the hard truth about it.
Well, then it wouldn't be good to do business with a place that government is crooked like that. Like, why would we get in bid? Why would the American business entrepreneur get in bid with a country with a crooked government? That would be crazy in itself. You feel me? They gonna take
capitalist business is all crooked. It's nothing that's not crooked about being a capitalist. The reason Donald Trump was able to go bankrupt all those times legally was crooked, but he was able to use the system to how the system let him use it. They have connections, so it allows them to be more crooked than us. We're not thinking on the capitalist system like they're thinking on the and using it to their advantage. Whether they use they don't care how you get to your power. who you a capitalist system is all about taking advantage and coming next to me with your power and being a resource.
I agree
we
with
are too
look, I agree with
yeah,
that.
we are too moral in our power standards. Power is not about
but listen
good
to it,
guy.
but you gotta use history. You gotta use it.
Right.
We can look at history and see that wouldn't be a good business move. If a country has a corrupt government, right? And we enter into business with that, they can switch at any time. Who's gonna guarantee our finances? You know what happened with that happened to American companies in Cuba, right? The Dole fruit companies and all of those different companies, when they switched governments, those American companies lost all of their shit. It was no way to recoup. So you telling Black entrepreneurs to put their wealth, you know what I mean, into a corrupt government, into a country with a corrupt government, who's gonna guarantee? That would be crazier than working with the American white man. And we think the devil, like that would be.
And
all governments are corrupt.
Yeah,
all of them have an
I don't
agenda. Which one doesn't have an agenda?
I'm not saying an agenda. All right, go ahead.
All of them are corrupt. It's just the corrupt one that's on your side. I deal with Cuba if I know Cuba is more likely to give me a better price than they giving us. So if I get a deal with them better than you and my
I wouldn't
friend.
fuck with you. I wouldn't fuck with Cuba.
It's so many people you say you won't mess with, but in business you mess with whoever gives you the best price.
No,
and if
I've
they
been
give
there.
you a better
I've been
price,
there. Like they don't even have food on the like that. That would be crazy.
So they have a reason to do business. The stuff that people are lacking gives you leverage to do business with people that's in need. That's the part of business. You have no friends. You can't keep throwing people out and say, I'm not dealing with drug dealers. You need financing. Let a drug dealer tell me he won't clear his money and go straight. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk to him about some business.
I'm not fucking with him. That's how you go to federal prison. I'm not fucking with him.
I'm not talking to him, but my lawyer, we're gonna end up having the same lawyer. We're gonna end up having the same account.
You're gonna end up having the same cell.
Hey, I tell you what, I do business with the Kennedys, and if you don't know, they was crooked. I do business with Trump. If you don't know, his daddy was a pimp. There are a lot of people that did crooked business on the white hand side that are your powers that a lot of white folks do business with.
We on the internet. Hold on, we on the internet. We on the internet. I'm advising all Black people. You want to do business? Don't go into business with a drug dealer. We on the internet. That ain't a good business move. That ain't the way. Do not go into business with a drug dealer. That's conspiracy. Right. You're going to federal prison. Simple and plain.
But if Rick Ross wants to give me his connect on how to get into the cannabis industry, I'm not gonna stick my nose up because he used to sell drugs. He's a businessman.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
He's a businessman now. He's a businessman now.
Yeah,
if Jay-Z wants to put me in a meeting with him, and I know he used to sell drugs, but if he invites me to the business, I guarantee you there's more money being discussed at his meeting than the one I'm having with y'all right now.
You said don't turn your nose up at a drug dealer, as in an active drug dealer who has money
not an active.
in the drug game.
No.
Like I wouldn't deal with him. Like, go ahead.
Right. It's context to it.
We'll say former.
Okay.
Yeah.
Former. Yeah, I would say former. I would deal with a former drug dealer. Like, yeah, I definitely would.
Yeah.
But if a drug dealer has money, like, and he wanna help me fix up some houses, it wouldn't be a good thing for you to go into business. We're on the internet. I'm not saying that. Listen, I see what you're saying, but nah, that you'll go to jail. You'll go to jail.
If he's still selling drugs, if he has not been caught for selling drugs and he's ready to use whatever funds he has to go somewhere else, and legally he hasn't been caught for drugs.
If he can't prove where that money can't prove where that money came from, that he's starting, that he's investing.
Yeah, you mess it up, there.
Y'all gonna go to jail. I'm not fucking with it.
They're gonna take all the stuff you work for with your money. Right. They're gonna tie that to him.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with it. You know what I mean? We need to learn how to leave the drug dealer alone.
We don't have to talk too deep on it.
Do you think pastors have
avenues that you could do it?
Do you think pastors have received tithes or offerings from dealers?
Facts.
Yes, but they don't
I know they did.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But it's a big difference from what he's explaining. If they have a personal relationship with a drug dealer, they have a business endeavor together, and that particular business grows, and he's a drug dealer and he's not, that's gonna be a little more hard to hide.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not listening. I'm just saying we're on the internet.
I was just highlighting the fact that a lot of churches, the programs that they have and the different, funding for schools and stuff, it comes a lot from their membership and
donating, right?
And donations. That's all I was highlighting.
Yeah, definitely. I know drug dealers who gave churches big amounts of money for their mothers went to those churches and their mother passed away. They'll donate a lot of money to because they grew up in those churches. I totally get it. And I'm not saying that the church is right for taking all of that money. I don't know. That's a gray area. That's a gray area for me. You know what I mean? So yeah, I see y'all point. Like we tiptoeing around a lot of stuff right now. You know what I mean? It's definitely a gray area.
Yeah.
But
I'm just saying, take it how you want to. I was just exposing that a lot of donations, to the church come from, other areas.
And
so,
if you have a 501c4 and you're setting up a program where you're taking care of the kids and open up a football program to fund the kids and help the community, if Jay-Z partners want to donate to it, his new or old partners, you could accept those donations. You could find a way to fund your business. You just have to be resourceful and capitalistic mindset to not limit your resources. And the more you deal with
black man said Africans don't control Africa, brother. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother argument. I know Asiatic on.
He can be like the Arabs control that thing. Lord.
This was a good conversation though, y'all. We went all over the place. What Dr. Mayat and them was talking about. Yeah, I think we covered a lot of different subjects. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I think Dr. Mayat killed the boy.
Nah, I think he ran away with it on that. I think she came in with the wrong. The wrong argument.
Watch it. I thought we was gonna catch a little bit of it. I guess I'll have to go back and watch it a little later.
Oh, matter of fact,
I can't wait to see Polite and Eric Muhammad. That's gonna be fire. Eric Muhammad is a nut. Yo goes in.
I'll play a little bit of this, Swazi. Y'all want just Dr. Mayat's argument, or you want both?
I would like to see both if there's time, but I know they going live tonight with Polite and Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, as much as you can play of it.
Yeah.
Polite gonna have that pistol on him. Feel me? Little pistol light.
Order is you present, I present, you present, I present, you present, I present, and at the end, you ask me a question, I ask you.
There you go. You got it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And Pastor Bennett, I'm gonna let you go first, brother, to open up to let the family know what it's all about. It's 2:22. Go ahead, brother.
All right, cool. What's up? Peace to Sarnetta, peace to the chat, peace to Dr. Ma'at. Appreciate the opportunity once again to come on the platform. Yeah, so to get right to it, we're talking about have African Americans progressed since slavery. Where this began at, as you know, maybe a couple months ago, I had a presentation on Sarnetta where I was pretty much talking about the progress of African American where I was talking about that progression. At that time, Dr. Ma'at heard the conversation that was going on between me and Sarnetta. She called in and we began to dialogue a little bit. I believe she agrees with me and my stances of our progression, which I'm going to point out what I believe to be progression since slavery, even up until now in our presentation. And so specifically, I want to be clear that progression there is and has been. Where there still needs to be progression. But my stance is that if we have not met all of it, not be denied or dismissed we have made. And so I'm going to be pointing that out. I think that's important for our people to recognize our progression. Respect to Dr. Ma'at, this will be a respectful dialogue that we're having, and so I respect her intellect and all that. And also, let me just say this, and then I'm done. Praying for everybody out there that's dealing with this virus. Hope everybody's out there staying safe. Peace.
All right, peace. I want to give a shout out to my man, Mr. Skinny, in the building. Yeah, man, I'm gonna give you a call, Mr. Skinny. We're gonna see what we can do, set up something, and see if I can get one of these House of Consciousness debaters to take you on the topic. So shout out to my man, Mr. Skinny. Dr. Ma'at, I'd like to give you open up, you know, what it is.
Peace and love.
Faces like that.
For the
Those are pictures of real things.
Is that the one from the
That's real too.
from the shop?
Real ocean, real trees, real cats. They just do. They just win.
Archives. As Pastor Bennett explained very eloquently, this conversation or this dialogue that's happening today is a response to a conversation that he and Sinetta had. And during that conversation, things got a little lively. Pastor Bennett, you know, he was going at it, and he said that Black people had progressed, and Sinetta started pointing out all of the different areas where we haven't progressed. And so when I heard Sinetta going in and Pastor Bennett going in, I said, well, let me jump in the dialogue. And so I was actually leaving work, and I called in from my phone. I called in while I was driving home from work. And, you know, and just joined the dialogue. I joined the dialogue basically in support of Sinetta to say that we didn't progress. And I quoted some things from Dr. Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, just to show that we haven't progressed.
This ain't it. I don't think this is it. This might be the ending of it. I don't think Sinetta uploaded it yet, because I think she was recapping her argument. I heard this already. Make sure.
As much as the pastor, well, we haven't, in my opinion, I'm not going to say that we just haven't done anything. That's not what Dr. Ma'at is saying.
Yeah, so this was the ending of it, of the debate. So she's, you know, recapping what her entire argument is. So this he didn't upload it yet. Yeah, so that's it. That's not it. He's probably busy working on the Sinetta polite debate, but that's the ending of it. I'll play it, but it's the ending of it. You'll see.
That Black people haven't achieved anything, that we haven't done anything, but we have to understand that there's a difference between individual achievement and collective achievement. And so collectively, I am of the opinion that we have not progressed. Have there been individual achievements or individual successes? Absolutely. But collectively, when we consider the whole, so the topic of this debate is, have Black people progress? And so Pastor William Bennett, I want you to show collectively. I hope that your presentation shows us.
Okay, so this is the beginning. All right, my fault. Let me be honest. I never watched the beginning. I caught it like towards the end. Okay, this is the beginning.
Because when you say Black people, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about a collective, right? We're talking about collectivism. And so you need to show or prove where we have collectively advanced. Okay, and I'm here today to say that we haven't collectively advanced.
Okay. Okay, so without any further ado, we're going to start with Pastor Bennett. I'm going to give y'all 8 minutes apiece.
It sounds a little
and
better
10
now.
seconds to wind it down. So
clear.
as you can see, the clock is
still
getting
moving.
ready to set, Pastor Bennett. And it's going to start when you throw up your first slide, my brother. And it is on you, Pastor Bennett. The clock starts when you start, my brother. Everybody put their joint on mute, and including me, and it's on you, brother.
All right, Cool. Let me get my slide up and running here.
Hey, peace, Miss Tiffany.
Tell me when you see it, Si.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't watch the beginning. Sounds like they were wrapping up.
See it? I don't even hear you. Did you mute yourself, Si?
Yeah, are you ready, Pastor?
Yeah, okay. You see?
Do you also see me on the side with you, Pastor?
You on the side.
All right, here's the clock. I'm starting the clock now. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, here's the clock, and you see it.
All right, cool. So my presentation is entitled "All Progress or No Progress." As I believe Dr. Ma'at will come more from a standpoint of, since we have not achieved all progress, then she's dismissing the collective progress that we have made. And I will show not just individual, but collective progress. So the goal of this presentation is to show Blacks have progress in America since slavery. You can't respect the progress we have made if you ignore the horrors we have faced. Progression is measured from where we started, not from where we want to end, right? So progression is a matter of how far we have come from where we started, not that we have achieved all that we want to do, right? To accurately define progress, one must measure from a starting point to a present point. In a book by Captivating History, it says, to fully understand the problems African Americans face today, it is essential to understand how they were brought to this country and the conditions they lived under, both as slaves and free men. Starting point for slaves was no rights, no land, no earnings for the extreme, unimaginable labor abuses, no businesses, no education, no choice on basic rights like food, clothes, shelter. Children of slaves were born into slavery, no right to legally own firearms. I could stop there and end it, because that's where our starting place was. Collectively, we had none of those things. So we have progress for sure, but be it clear, saying that we haven't had enough progress does not equate to no progress at all. Dr. Carter G. Woodson says this. He's the father of what was formerly known as Black History Week, now Black History Month. In 1933, in the miseducation of the Negro states, it was well understood that if by the teaching of history, the white man could be further assured of his superiority, and the Negro could be made to feel that he had always been a failure, and that the subjection of his will to some other race is necessary to free man, then would still be a slave. In other words, Blacks must teach history from a standpoint of progression while telling the truth about still needed progression. Right. To not do so is to embolden the superiority of the oppressor. Let me show you how this should work. During the last two presidential elections, Black women have voted at a higher rate than all other groups of men and women. Being that there was a time in history where Black women couldn't vote at all, that's progress. However, Black women remain underrepresented at the federal and state level. So we say more needed progress. How should this work? More than 60% of Black women are in the workforce, making them one of the highest women groups with labor force participation rates among women, and the only group that rates higher than its male counterpart. What would we call that? Being that Black women was a time when they weren't in the workforce? Progress. Black women still, though, lag behind in earnings amongst the woman and man group. These earning gaps decrease where Black women are represented by union groups. So we say we still need more progress. Black women with a bachelor's degree or higher increased by almost 25%, not one, so we're talking collective. Black women increased by 25% between 2004 and 2014. Surely we would call an increase in higher education progress. Black-owned businesses by Black women increased by 178% between 2002 and 2012, which was the largest increase among all racial and ethnic groups, both men and women. Progress. Although Black women experience poverty at a higher rate than all other racial groups except for Native Americans. So we say we still need progress. There is a way to teach we've progressed while still turning our attention to progress we still need. That information was from the Status of Black Women in America by the Institute for Women's Policy Research. Responsible teaching on progress. You don't deny or dismiss progress because of areas that still need improvement. We cannot continue to paint a picture of only doom and gloom when it comes to our community. We must show and teach the great success and progress of our people that will keep us reaching for the much needed future progress. If we don't do this, then we will have the irresponsible teaching of false statements such as, we have more work to do when more young Black men languish in prison than attend college and universities across America. President Barack Obama said that, and it is a lie. It is wrong. Now, I'm not saying he intentionally lied, but he didn't have the data that he needed. That is not true. But that is one of the irresponsible teachings we have when we want to have this concept of non-collective progress. There are not more men in prison than there are in college, and we're going to prove that later on in this thing. This is another statement. He argues that he being me, he argues that Black people have progressed, and I am of the opinion that we have not. He is going to argue in certain areas, but collectively, we have not progressed. Time step. You see that time step? This quote was by Dr. Ma'at. If Dr. Ma'at is of the opinion that Black people have not collectively progressed, then one can only assume that she is not familiar with the history of Black people and therefore can't see that our present condition is far past our former. However, I know Dr. Ma'at is a student of history and not ignorant to our historical progress. So I can only assume she made this statement by confusing progress still needed with little to no progress at all. So while I don't need to teach Dr. Ma'at, I do need to remind her and the community, not so much me, but them. For the sake of time, I won't play these videos, but these are videos of our ancestors who were slaves. I will read what this video says. Colored people did not have no beds when they were slaves. Well, we all slept on the floor, pallet here, pallet there, just like a lot of wild people. We didn't know nothing. They didn't allow you to read a book. Simon Hughes, another slave. We were slaves. We belonged to people. They sell us like they sell horses, cows, and hogs. They have an auction bitch, put you up on the bench and beat you. Here's another one. Now, I couldn't go from across the street, or I couldn't go through nobody's house without a note, something from my pastor. If I had to pass, I could go wherever he sent me. Whoever he sent me to, they give me another pass, right? So in other words, you had to get a pass just to go across the street. I'm gonna pass these slides up just for the sake of time. How many people who claim little to no progress today are still seeing Black people by the million being placed in slave pens and sold to their oppressor? The answer is zero, and that is called progression. How much? 1 minute. That's called progression because it happened to millions of our ancestors. While there still are many racist elements and major injustices that hinder the Black man, we have to stop with falsely drawing equivalences to slavery. Just because there is injustice does not mean there's still slavery. For example, prison is slavery. That's wrong. And to this slide, what I'm simply saying is there are many people in prison who deserve to be in prison because they committed crime, although there are many Black people who don't deserve. But here is the one difference. Nobody that was in slavery deserved to be there. Dr. Ma'at, you have over 25 videos on your YouTube of a book club you do with other Black without fear of consequence, while our ancestors couldn't even read a book. And if found doing so, they face beatings and death. Your reading shows progress. You have greatly done an animation. This is my last slide. You have greatly done an animation with Mail-Track Films and Mail-Track, books that tell and video that tell the history of Africans and slavery. So your own work shows much progress has been made because you're telling the history that our ancestors lived. And I stop there.
Woo. Good. Powerful, brother. Powerful opening from Pastor Bennett. Let's move right on over to Dr. Ma'at. Move your slides, my brother. Please remove your slides, and we're gonna go. Hey, Pastor Bennett, I need you as soon as you can, as Dr. Ma'at going, send me a picture so I can use that for the cover. Send me one of your best pictures, man. Okay. All right, Dr. Ma'at, you do the same when you get time.
I get this. Okay, here we go.
I want to help polite out on Eric Muhammad, man.
All right, so now we want to move on over to our sister, Dr. Ma'at. Pastor Bennett, send me one of the pictures. Then you have, damn, I gave y'all 8 minutes. You have 8 minutes, Dr. Ma'at, to respond. Let me know when you're ready. You hear me, doctor?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me, Brother Sinetta?
Yes, I hear you. Let me know when you're ready.
All right. So, have Black people progressed?
All right, time starts. Go ahead.
So had Black people progressed as Pastor Bennett claims? Let's go. So let's start off with the definition of progress. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, progress is defined as a noun and a verb, okay? And as a noun, progress is defined as one, forward or onward moving as to an objective or to a goal, to advance, and two, a gradual betterment. As a verb, progress is defined as one, to move forward or to proceed, and two, to develop to a higher, better, or more advanced stage. Okay, so now, how is progress measured? Well, first you have to define the type of progress. See, Pastor Bennett was very broad, and he emphasized slavery, and he talked about Jim Crow rules and the jobs that we have today. But we have to actually define, we have to narrow this thing down. So what type of progress, okay? Have we made economic progress? Have we made political progress? Have we made social progress? And once we narrow it down, we examine the goals within the context, right? Because when you look at economics, political, and social areas, right, we set the goals, okay? And so then we have to then examine the goals within the concept. So for example, what are our economic goals? What are our political goals? What are our social goals, right? Is there a time frame for achieving the goals? Were all of the goals met or some of the goals met? Okay, now Pastor Bennett believes that Black people have progressed because we no longer operate within the systems of slavery and Jim Crow, which is semi-slavery. Okay, so he's saying, oh, you know, our ancestors couldn't read books and they couldn't do this within these two systems. But what Pastor Bennett fails to realize is that we exist within the same system. The system has evolved. So no, we're not in slavery. No, we're not in Jim Crow. We're now operating within a capitalistic system, but it's the same system. And in this evolved system, we still suffer the same abuses. Okay, so instead of being confined to plantations, we're now confined to housing projects, jails, and prisons. Okay, instead of being lynched by white mobs, now the white mobs is the police officers, the police force, white extremists. Okay, we're still being discriminated against in skin, hair, and criminal history. Poverty, okay, we're still very impoverished due to our unemployment rate. And so Pastor Bennett has to realize that you have to measure progress within the system. So if you want to say that Black people progressed during slavery, then you have to examine what their goals were and if they met their goals within slavery. If you want to say that Black people have progressed during Jim Crow system, then you have to look at their goals and whether or not their goals were met within the Jim Crow system. And if you say that now we're progressing in this capitalistic system, then you have to look at our goals and are we meeting our goals, okay? Now, Pastor Bennett also believes that Black people have progressed because we have better jobs. Now look at the jobs that we had during slavery and Jim Crow. We were bakers, barbers, and I'm not going to read all of the stuff on the slides, but we were bakers, barbers, blacksmiths, we were carpenters, we were dancers, we were firemen, we were gardeners. It says we were nurses, we were doctors, we were sailors, we were pilots, we were also, it says waiters and masons and shipbuilders, okay? But what Pastor Bennett fails to understand is that today, many of us still have the same job, and he also does not understand horizontal movement versus vertical movement. We have gone from the agricultural plantations to corporate plantations. That is considered horizontal movement. And now we're competing with other groups of people, we're competing with each other and other groups of people for jobs. So Pastor Bennett is confusing horizontal movement with vertical movement, all right? And he also does not understand the intended purpose of a job. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote in his book, Blueprint for Black Power, that a job is designed to maintain a worker from payday to payday and to keep workers 1 week away from the welfare and unemployment lines. So how dare you say that Black people have progressed simply because we have, in your opinion, better jobs, okay? Pastor Bennett also believes that Black people have progressed because of social integration, because we work alongside white people, because we can live in white communities, because we can attend white schools with white people, because we can vacation and dine where whites go. But what Pastor Bennett does not know is that social integration destroyed the Black community. Social integration destroyed Black businesses, and social integration destroyed Black minds. Pastor Bennett, like other Black people, they think that they're under the illusion that we have progressed because of Black exceptionalism. White media will prop up some successful Blacks to make you think that Black people are collectively advancing while the majority of Black people are suffering. So they'll show you Jay-Z and they'll tell you that Jay-Z assets are worth $1 billion. They'll show you Oprah Winfrey and tell you that she's a billionaire. They'll show you Tyler Perry and talk about the big studio that he created down in Atlanta. But what they don't tell you is that all three of these individuals are still slaves to the same system. So do not confuse Black individual achievements with Black collective achievements. Our challenges today, we still inherit a legacy of disadvantage. We still suffer from the effects of desegregation. We still suffer from poverty, broken homes, homelessness, criminal incarceration, discrimination, unemployment, miseducation of our babies, undiagnosed and untreated mental illness, health, and now we're dealing with the coronavirus pandemic. Hell, Black people have become the face of the coronavirus. Now let's look at the coronavirus. The coronavirus has really exposed our lack of progress. Many of us are still scientifically illiterate, despite the number of degrees we have achieved. So even though most of us are educated and we have high school diplomas and we have bachelor's of science degrees, most of us are still scientifically illiterate. We're walking around here saying that the coronavirus isn't real and melanin will protect us from the coronavirus, or our melanin will safeguard us against the virus, or God will protect us against the virus. But yet we call ourselves an educated people. We are completely dependent on whites to provide our basic needs, food, water, and hygiene. Look at how the lines in Costco's and Walmart and Target when this pandemic hit.
1 minute.
When our pandemic hit. We buying water from them and food and hygiene from them. We are completely dependent. Look at this, the education of our children is in the hands of the state. Black parents lack resources to educate their own children. And because of our health and denial to health services, we are more vulnerable to the virus, the coronavirus. And check out, it's a video online that Sister Haba Nepti put out there. Please, guys, when you get a moment, check that out. And so I'm gonna stop right here.
You still had 28 seconds left, but man, I'm gonna just say, damn, powerful comeback. And I know Pastor Bennett got to be. Did you send me that picture, brother? Again, you on mute? Let me unmute you.
Unmute.
All right.
I sent it.
All right, good looking. Brother Pastor Bennett, it is on you. Let's go in with the second round. Show your slides, unshare your screen, doctor. And Pastor Bennett, the time will start when you start, brother.
All right, tell me when you see my screen up.
Okay. I got you. Your screen is up.
All right. Dr. Ma'at.
Time will start.
Okay, Dr. Ma'at just did a beautiful job of what I said before. And this is our problem with black people when we do things like this. When we deny our progress because we still have more progress to do. My presentation is not that we still don't have to progress. My presentation is not that there still isn't racism. My presentation is not that we're still not behind the white man in economics and all this. But if we're measuring progress by where we compete with white people at, then guess what? We ain't never gonna claim progress. But the fact still remains. I'm showing facts, not opinion. So let me not get into all that. Let me just keep giving facts. And no, I'm not going to go to the celebrities like Jay-Z. I'm going to go to our real heroes. One of them who says 55 years ago, a few of God's children marched from Brown's Chapel AME Church across this bridge. We were beaten. We were tear gassed. And I thought I was going to die on this bridge. We cannot give up now. We can't give in. We must keep the faith. We must go out and vote like we never have before. Some gave more than just a little blood. Some gave their lives. That's Congressman John Lewis. Why am I pointing this out? Because when you can stand on a bridge you almost died on with cameras instead of guns, that's progress. All right, let's not show the celebrities, but I guarantee you, Dr. Ma'at, that these black women faces would disagree that there haven't been progress. In 2013, there was only one black woman as mayor. I'm showing statistical fact, not my opinion. In 2013, there was only one black woman as a mayor leading a major city. What you see below, and just a few years later, is called progress. Is it called all progress? No. But if the Black community doesn't start acknowledging where we have progress, we will never know where we're trying to go because we never admit where we made it from. In 1965, there was no Blacks in the U.S. Senate, nor were there any Black governors, and only 6 members of the House of Representatives were Black. As of 2019, there is a greater representation in some areas. 52 House members are Black, putting the share of Black House members on par with the share of Blacks in the U.S. population overall for the first time in history. In 1960s, there were less than 1,500 Blacks in public office. From 2000 on, there's been an increase of 10,000. Now, if Dr. Ma'at wants to be the intelligent Black woman who tells us what we haven't done, then I'm gonna be the intelligent Black man that tells us what we have done so that y'all can get both sides, that there's still stuff we gotta do, and then there's still stuff that we've already done. Voting progress. Again, I need Dr. Ma'at to give us facts. In the late 1700s to mid 1800s, only white people could vote. We still living in this country. We gotta, if we're gonna live here, we gotta be able to participate in systems that affect us. In the 14th and 15th Amendment, recognized Blacks as citizens and gave Black men the right to vote. But the Black codes and Jim Crows and poll tax and unfair literacy test shut all that down. In 1920, the 19th Amendment gave Black women the right to vote. In 1965, Voting Rights Act banned discrimination for voting. In 1971, 26th Amendment lowered the voting age to 18. Am I saying there's not racism in voting? No. I'm saying for over 200 years, we couldn't even vote. In 2012, Black turnout was greater than white turnout. That's called progress. Now, there's a report saying that Hispanics are about to outvote us. It's not because we don't have the right to. It's not because we can't be the largest voting body. What it is because we have people telling us we ain't never doing nothing. So we get uninspired instead of continuing the progression of our ancestors. Our ancestors died for the right for us to vote. Now we can vote and we saying we ain't progress. College versus prison, the truth. There are more Black men in jail than college. Ivory Tosin, Howard University professor and senior researcher for the Congressional Black Caucus, states about that quote. That is the most frequently quoted statistics about Black men in the United States. But it's wrong. It's a myth. In fact, the number of Black males in college actually increased and the number of Black men in prison decreased. Why do Black people have a desire to make narratives that only show us as the darkest and don't want to show our growth and our rising out of the ashes? I don't understand that. African American imprisonment rates have continued to drop since 2001. Somebody needs to tell the truth in the conscious community. Comparing 2017 survey results with prior years shows that the African American male imprisonment rate has dropped by 1/3 since its peak and is now at a level not seen since 1991. Does that mean we still don't have a prison problem? No, it means we point out when things get better and we keep reaching until we get it to where we want. But you don't deny progress because you haven't seen all progress. African American women rate of imprisonment has dropped 57% from its peak and is now at a 30% low. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, the imprisonment rate of sentenced Black adults declined by 31% from 2007 to 2017. I'm only pointing out, which is the topic of this conversation, because this is all I said is Blacks have made progress. Number of Black men in college versus prison, you can see the graph. Don't ever believe that lie again. If I don't do anything else, just stop saying that lie. And let's start telling our kids, no. You go to college. That's where you belong. It's more of us there than in prison. Let's go. In 2017, 90+% of Americans ages 25 and older have completed high school, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. And the share of Blacks who have done so is also at the highest level on record. In 1968, only 54% of Black Americans graduated high school, while today 92% get a high school diploma. Now, should we not point that out as progress because we're not economically where the white man is? We all got a 400 doggone year late start. So because we're not economically where the white man is, do we not progress that we got more kids completing high school? Yes, we need to point that out so we continue to push them to do so. In 2017, report shows the share of Black ages The share of Blacks ages 25 and older who have completed 4 years of college or more has also roughly doubled from 12% in 1993 to 24% in 2017. So because we ain't got the same types of jobs as white people or make the same type of money in the same type of job, we don't point out that we have more Blacks graduating college than we used to. This conversation is about progress. Look at the title, don't be fooled by the comments. From 2000 to 2017, college enrollment rates increased for Black young adults from 31 to 36%. 1860, Blacks were 90% illiterate. 100 years later,
1 minute.
100% later, I'm in my bag now, Sal. 100 years later, the literacy rate between Blacks and whites were closely similar. The gap had been reduced greatly. Not only is this progress, but it shows the greatness of Blacks and our innate ability and of our intelligence. Wet nursing. Y'all know what this is? This was the abuse of a Black woman's body and mind. Professor Smalls, I just heard him talking about this. I just heard Professor Smalls talking about how when we came over from the slave ship, our girls were under the age 15 and 100% of them was being raped. And our Black women who were having babies were made to do wet nursing, which means they had to give up, put their baby aside, right? And take on the slave owner's baby and breastfeed them within it. It says slave mothers trying to keep their children alive by feeding them concoctions they believe will be good substitutes for milk. They also had to give them cow milk and dirty water, which was not suitable for babies' health. So this is my last statement as I wrap it up, Sal. So my question is, if we having progress, how many Black mothers are coming out of the hospital with white babies attached to their breasts instead of their own Black babies?
Powerful, powerful response, man. Man, the people gonna have to learn something from this, from both sides. We got Pastor Bennett coming back. Dr. Ma'at, it is on you, my sister. Round 2. Let's go. It starts when you start, my sister.
All right. So that's my boy, Pastor Bennett. So hold on. Let me go back to my starting point, Brother Simon. Let me get there. Okay, so let me get to my
This is a good debate here. Let's get it, man.
Oh, yeah. All right. So the pastor said that I didn't show any facts. So let's get to the facts. Okay.
All right, time will start, Doctor. Go ahead.
So Pastor Bennett, what I want you to do after we have this discussion is check out the book, The New Jim Crow by Dr. Michelle Alexander. In fact, she's featured on a Netflix documentary called The 13th Amendment. So check out her work when you get an opportunity. In this book, Dr. Michelle Alexander tells us that there are more African Americans under correctional control today, in prison or in jail, or on probation or parole, than were enslaved in 1850, a decade before the Civil War began. As of 2004, more African American men were disenfranchised, meaning that they could not vote due to felon disenfranchisement laws. Then in 1870, the year the 15th Amendment was ratified, prohibiting laws that explicitly deny the right to vote on the basis of race. A Black child born today is less likely to be raised by both parents than a Black child born during slavery. The recent disintegration of the African-American family is due in large part to mass imprisonment of Black fathers. So see, Pastor Bennett, what I don't do is I don't give the feel-good statistics. Let's get to the statistics that don't, uncomfortable statistics, all right? So look at this. Blacks, Hispanics make up larger shares of prisoners than of U.S. population. Okay, so look at this. It says our share of the U.S. population is 16%. I'm sorry, 16% Hispanic, 12% Black. But look at our share of the U.S. prison population: 33% Black, right? 23% Hispanic. Okay, so most of us we make up prison. Black women right now. Look at us. We're hitting our households. 29% of the households in Black communities are hit by women, right? Single Black women versus other races where they have a 13%, right? 13% in other races, all women. Let's look at the Black poverty rates. Black people are the most impoverished in the U.S. In fact, Dr. Todd Anderson says that we've now become, I believe he said, 4th class or 5th class citizens. Whites make more than us. Asians make more than us. Hispanics make more than us. We are at the bottom of the racial hierarchy when it comes to economics. So look at our Black poverty rates, family. Look at this: 29%, 30%. 37%. I don't even want to go through all of these rates. We are at the bottom. We are the most impoverished people. Look at our unemployment rate. Now, Donald Trump said that in December 2017 that our unemployment rate was 6.8%. But Dr. Claude Anderson tells us in his book, Powernomics, that the unemployment rate is more like 28%. And we have to remember that when the government computes the unemployment rate, it does not include people who are incarcerated. Who's incarcerated? Black and brown people, or people who have been out of work for more than 5 years. And so if you include incarcerated people, that figure jumps from 6 to about 18%, okay? Or 11 right here, 11.4% to 18%, okay? What Pastor Bennett doesn't tell you is that Black people don't own anything. So yes, we've had Black mayors. Yes, we have Black congressmen. Yes, we have Black state's attorneys, but we don't own and control anything. What you see is Black faces on a white power structure. He also talked about voting. What has voting done for Black people? Absolutely not. He talked about college degrees and how all of us have degrees, but 98% of Black people with degrees work for white folks. But anyway, white American households own 90% of the national wealth. Black Americans altogether own 2.6% of the national wealth. The average Black family would need 220 years to build the wife of the white family today. Homeowners have lost $156 billion by living in a Black neighborhood. Wait a minute. Report, no progress for African Americans on home ownership, unemployment, and incarceration in 50 years. So Pastor, when you say progress, I mean, you said because Black people are working for white folks. I mean, we got jobs for white folks, we vote, we got degrees. But that's how you're measuring progress? We haven't made progress. The report is out, the numbers are out. No progress for African Americans on home ownership, employment, and incarceration in 50 years. So why haven't we progressed, family? Because of our inability to build wealth. Our social problems, the social problems that we experience today are a direct result of our economic problems. And our ability to build wealth prevents us from building self-sufficient and strong communities. We cannot empower ourselves without building wealth. I want to give you this book right here, Pastor. Do me a favor when you get a chance. Read Blueprint for Black Power. Dr. Amos Wilson, if he was listening to you today, he would be disgusted. Dr. Amos Wilson said Black people are victimized. We're always victimized because we don't have power. We're in the predicament we are in because we don't have power. And remember, power is derived from wealth, and wealth is derived from ownership and control of resources. And so that's why we are piss poor, powerful. We're piss poor, we're not powerful. I'm sorry, I'm getting pumped up, family.
I'm gonna stop it right there. You know why? Because Sarnetta is live with Polite and Eric Muhammad. So instead of y'all leaving me, I will leave y'all. So, but we can come back to this, you dig? Because, I'm pretty sure we're going to build off Polite and Eric Muhammad debate. So we can come back to this in the morning, you dig? So those who are interested in this build right here, I will keep this on 41 minutes and we'll come back in the morning and check this out. Yes, we're going to check this out in the morning, around 10, 11 o'clock. You dig? Maybe even earlier. I might do a test live to see who's up. If y'all up, I will finish this dialogue or this debate with the pastor and Dr. Mayat. But yeah, Weezy out of here. And thanks for showing love. We out. Peace. Melvin Amber, peace.
Peace.